if you want to start the live stream. Okay, good morning everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Policing Performance Committee. I'd like to welcome all the committee members, the authority staff, colleagues from East Scotland, COSLA and HMCIS. We actually have no apologies from committee members today. However, Katerina Casper has another engagement, but she will join us as soon as she possibly can. So can I now move on and ask if anybody has any declarations of interest or connections? No? Okay, thank you for that. Can I then move on to 1.3, which is the public minute from the 18th of September. I think there was still some sunshine on the 18th of September. It's a very cold day today. Does anybody have any comments, any amendments, or are you happy to approve? Okay, all content to approve. Could we now move on to the rolling action log and any matters arising, 1.4. Within this, we have 7 actions that are recorded on the action log, 4 of which are proposed to close, and 3 are actually due on the 19th of March 2025. So are members content to close the 4 actions that are proposed, or does anybody have any comments on them? Okay, so content to close those. We'll now move on to the substantive items on today's agenda. But before we start, I just want to say we're extremely grateful and appreciate just how much hard work goes into the preparation of everything that comes to this committee and all the papers that we will consider today. I can assure all the authors and all the speakers that we have read and considered the papers in advance. It is a long agenda. It has some really important, all really important items on it that we need to give due consideration to. So if I could ask that you're as brief in your introduction to the paper as possible, maybe just drawing out its purpose, what you're looking for, and if there's any areas that you need to highlight to the committee, then please do so. So with that, we'll move on to section 2. Sorry, but before I move on to that, I'm just going to quickly say to you, I know that there are people who have other commitments today, and we've got a running order in the agenda, but we will, with the board members' approval, move a couple of items about just to accommodate colleagues, particularly from Police Scotland. We have other meetings today. So we'll try and stick to the running order, but we'll move a couple of things about as necessary. So anyway, 2.1, the quarterly policing performance report for quarter 2, 24-25. And I believe that Tina McLucas, Principal Analyst, is going to speak to this one. Tina.
Thank you, Chair. And as per your opening remarks, I'll keep it as brief as possible and take the paper as read. So this is our second quarterly performance report in this performance cycle. It's slightly different in terms of structure. In relation to previous reports, we have aligned it to our newly launched 2030 vision. So you'll see that within the report itself. There are some key areas that have been drawn out. So there is the deep dive in relation to shoplifting, which there's a separate paper. We'll draw out some of the key elements of that. So I'll not really repeat that at the moment. There's a second user satisfaction piece, key insight. So this is people who have used our service and who are satisfied with the contact that they've had. This continues to draw out that disaggregated data approach that we've committed to authority to doing. So we will see in that update that satisfaction of our users remains strong across the service. we've given a little bit of a regional breakdown and then further disaggregated that into some divisional data. And even when we look at Fife area has the lowest level of user satisfaction, we can see that's still an improving position on the previous quarter, and it's still above 65%. So really strong performance across that piece. Very, very briefly, in terms of some main points. So the first section around less crime, we can see that we still see some increases in overall crime, but we know that's a complex picture. There's some cyber elements in there. There's some historical crime. As you'll see when we look at some of the sexual crime, there's increases in proportion of historical, particularly in relation to rape, where that's now almost 40% in terms of historical reporting. There'll be proactivity in that as well, particularly in around groups 5 and groups 8, where we see some of that activity around weapons and also roads policing. So it's a complex picture, and that coupled with some challenges around underreporting, it's something that we continue to monitor throughout the year. Some other highlights, as I've mentioned, sexual crime still showing some increases. That's also driven by online sexual abuse, that's still increasing across Scotland. Still seeing some increases in crimes of domestic abuse and domestic incidents. Hate crime is another area that the report draws out as increasing. However, that's with caution, as we know there's been that new legislation introduced, so that will give us a sort of false increase in amongst all of that. Another couple of highlights to draw out. Fraud, we're seeing a decrease again this quarter, which is really positive when we saw that extensive period of increase across crimes of fraud. So that's a particular positive to point to. Couple of areas to draw out around safer communities in line with the vision. Road safety, we're still seeing challenges in this space as we've discussed in previous quarters. We've had 20 more road deaths compared to the same period last year. There's a number of elements drawn out in the report around campaigns and activity in that space. Public confidence is strong as well in the quarter. We can see that sitting at 54%, so that's quite a significant increase from 47% the previous quarter. And in relation to calls for our service, although we're recording a decrease in calls, we do know that there was an inflated increase last year, and that was across the whole of the UK. So strong performance in that space. In terms of 999 calls, average answer time now is 9 seconds. So that's an improvement of 2 seconds on last year. And we're also seeing improvements in terms of answer times for 101 calls. Just turning to our thriving workforce, complaints against the police from members of public are down in this quarter. We are still seeing, in terms of our absence, psychological disorder being the main cause of long-term absence. And we're seeing some positive results from the new occupational health provision. So early data there showing 92% experiencing positive outcomes after therapy. The only other couple of things I would draw out there is that officer numbers have increased with an intake of 385 probationers this quarter. So that's a positive trend in relation to our baseline of 16,600 officers. So Chair, that is all I'll draw out from the report, but happy to take any observations or questions from members.
Thank you for that, Tina. Appreciate your brevity, but also drawing out some of the key areas for us. Also, just to quickly comment on the alignment with the 3-year plan and this new form of reporting. Really appreciate that, and also something the committee has been keen on for a long time is that use of disaggregated data. So I would also quickly comment on that. So with that, I'll open it up to members to see if anybody has any questions. And I see that Mary has raised her hand, and also Chris. So if we could go to yourself first, Mary.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for that, Tina, and thank you for the presentation of it, which helps us look at the really important issues. I also wanted to comment on the disaggregated data, which I think we've always been very keen to see, and it's very good to see that it's here. Can I take you to the section on user experience satisfaction, where there is a lot of data over regions and divisions? And I wonder, so it sort of begins at page 10, I think. I wondered if you'd be able to say something about the learning that you've taken from the insights that you now have in terms of the disaggregated data, and how you'll use that in future to inform practice and improve performance.
Thank you, Mary. Tina?
Thank you, Mary. So this disaggregated data is available for commanders at that very localised level, and they'll scrutinise that really closely and look at any opportunities for improvement locally, which then, in line with our strategy colleagues, we would track those improvements across the service, and that's something that we monitor quarter on quarter. So although we bring some high level results here, the survey itself is much broader, and there are additional kind of insights that can be drawn from that. And that's also the case with our public confidence data, and any kind of more contextual data that would be then disaggregated to divisional commanders in that really localized way. We also look at any kind of trends that are coming up at a national level, and we'd scrutinise them particularly closely and take improvement action. There has been some areas of that where we've looked at in the past, particularly we had some challenges previously around keeping people up to date with progress. And I think that's something that we discussed at previous committees. And that's something that, again, we would take action to address if these things arise. So it really is looking at it at that global sense, but also drilling down into any local nuances. And the commanders do have that data to hand as well to drill down and take specific, more localized action on.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure they will be, because, you know, as we say, nobody wants to be at the bottom of the table, even if, as Councillor Chalmers pointed out, being at the bottom on this one still is very good performance. So, you know, but there will be, I'm sure, healthy competition across all the divisional commanders on this. And I think the other point you made about public trust and confidence is actually also really important, that we look at where we have other indicators of this. So, for example, the authority's own data on this, which is covered in another report on the agenda, and see where they might either tie in or potentially point us in opposite directions. So thank you very much. Thanks, Tina. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mary. Before I bring in the members, I've got Chris and then Tom. I see that ACC Tim Mears has raised his hand. I presume, Tim, to add something to the response that Mary's received.
Yeah, it's just I suppose it was just to pick up on a few of the things there. So it is helpful data when disaggregated down to divisional level. I think it's important to stress that it is one source of information. It's not the only source of information that commanders are basing their judgments on. So there are a number of challenges around the data. So the sample size can be at times very, very small. So it represents a very small number of people, and therefore we have to measure that carefully. But I would expect my commanders to be aligning that with what feedback they're getting from elected representatives, what their community officers are hearing on the ground, and aligning all of that together. The other issue is obviously judges how the public assess us in general, as opposed to specific local services. So impact of other parts of the organisation that don't sit with the commanders can have a challenge. And I suppose the one bit I would say is that the precise thing we want to avoid is the sense that there's a league table here. It's information that we want them to consider when it comes to building trust and confidence. We don't want necessarily to create a competitive environment where they're starting to try and influence the statistics or the figures. So it's a very, very helpful source of data. It's one source of data, and it's one that I expect the commanders to kind of bear in mind in the round with all the other information that they're collecting.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tim. So could I move on to Chris, please?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Tina. It's a really interesting report. I've got a couple of questions. They're both in relation to less crime and overall crimes and offences. I guess just to recognise the improvement in detection rates compared to last year, but also particularly to recognise the positive performance in relation to homicide detection rates, the long-term trend there. But if I could ask for a little more information in a couple of respects. One's in relation to the decrease in detection rates for Group 8 for road traffic offences. And it would be helpful to have some more information and assurance there. And the other's in relation to the report refers to benchmarking. I'm interested to know whether Police Scotland have carried out any additional comparative analysis to understand the figures. And I guess in particular, whether the increase in crime in Scotland compared to elsewhere in the UK is due to effective enforcement activity, or is it about rising prevalence of criminal behaviour? Do we have any insight in that respect? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that, Chris. Who would like to respond to that?
Happy to come in initially, Chair, and then if any other operational colleagues want to come in. In terms of our Group 8 offences, that's mostly road traffic. So we can see some really positive, well, when I say positive in the sense of volume increases. So, for example, driving under the influence, there's some significant increases there in terms of the prevalence that we are detecting. So significantly up on last year, around 20%, and up on the 5-year mean. And things like mobile phone offences are also increasing. There's some other areas where maybe slightly challenged around speeding offences, etc. But there's some real positive proactivity in that space as well. So it's a bit of a mixed picture that sits beneath that. And in relation to benchmarking, we've done a fair bit of work in this space alongside SPA colleagues. So working with SPA officers for over a 2-year period, we scoped benchmarking across the UK. And there was a short life working group that was chaired by College of Policing, where we looked at how we can strengthen our approach. And it was recognised that looking at crime trends across the UK has its limitations because we do have different legislations, different counting methodologies, different groupings, etc. So we always use it in that fairly tenuous way at the moment. However, we're looking to strengthen those connections more as other UK forces look to build their national performance framework. So we're plugged into that work from a Police Scotland perspective, which I think will give us some really good opportunities in the future to see how we can closer align how we measure and monitor these different crime groupings and areas, which should give us a stronger premise for benchmarking going forward. We also are connected beyond the UK as well, looking at other kind of trends in that global space, again with similar considerations around different methodologies. But it is something that we have been working on to strengthen. We will continue to do so, and it's something that I know our Chief Constable is really keen that we develop that as we move forward. I'm happy to pause there, Chair, and let other operational colleagues come in with further information on this.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tina. And I think ACC Mayors, you raised your hand first, so if we could go to you, and then DCC Alan Spears as well. So,
thanks,
Tim.
Chair. Just very quickly on the 2 questions. So I think so it's a slight reduction in detection rates on Group 8. When you look at the increase in the numbers, it's probably not massively significant, but some of the challenges we face around detection rates will be the likes of the processing times for drug driving wipes and other kind of forensic challenges on that. So there can be a bit of a lag in that space, I would say, around our detection rates. So could pick up by the end of the year. On your second point, hopefully I'll actually touch on that during the, well, I will because I'll be presenting it. I'll touch on that during the acquisitive crime deep dive around some of the different drivers for what we're seeing around the crime trends.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. As in part answered the question around the detection rates around road policing. I think just also to give Chris a bit of reassurance around benchmarking, we're actually engaged across a whole series of different NPCC forums that looks at different policing topics, and what's really apparent in that is that the trends around crime and you see increases in acquisitive crime like shoplifting, that's not unique to Scotland and it's UK. So as much as we do benchmarking, we sit on all of the National Police Chief Council's groups and committees at either an ACC or DEP level, where that particular committee is focused on, or a group's focused on those different sort of crime types, and that's right across the board. So as much as the Chief actually just returned this week from having been at National Chiefs Council for 3 days last week, so we're entirely engaged in looking at the crime trends across the UK.
That's helpful. Thank you for that. Chris, are you satisfied with the responses you've had?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much. That's really helpful. Thanks, Chair, and thanks everybody.
Thank you. Tom, if I could pass over to yourself now.
Thanks very much. My question's around the report in terms of missing persons, and it's generally a good picture. Number of missing person investigations are down, but there is there's an uptick in the last 3 quarters of missing persons. But when you drill down into that in the report, there's notable decreases in particular types of missing person. Adults, 400 down. Care experience young people, 263 less. Child missing persons, 343 less. So there's good news in there. But then when you get into the narrative, there's variance across the country, particularly in care experience in young people, with some areas seeing decreases, which account for these numbers, others aren't. So my question is, I know there's a lot of work about standardisation in terms of the command control, missing persons application, but how, particularly in working in partnership, and this is context for the revised model of policing, how do we ensure that good practice in one bit of the country, experience at a local divisional level, is not just shared, but is actually implemented across the whole of Police Scotland's responsibilities, and particularly when it reaches into partners as well?
Thanks for that question, Tom. Katrina, I see you've, ACC Katrina Payton, I see you've raised your hand. Do you want to respond to this?
Thanks, Chair. I was actually just sitting in the background for some of the other update papers, but given this links to missing people, which sits in our portfolio, was really just to give that reassurance that part of our internal governance structures, we've got a missing person group which is represented by all of the divisions and does that very thing, Tom, around understanding and sharing best practice. We recently circulated a memo internally across the division where we were highlighting that good practice and actually making sure that we had that level of consistency across the board. Obviously, the report from HMCIS around missing people has been a great source of information for us to identify where we need to improve practice in that regard, and also linked to your questions, and I'll be able to touch on it in the corporate parenting update. Some of that work obviously clearly involves our work with partnerships and how we continue to influence a more consistent and positive response in that area. So it's really just to give you the assurance that those structures are now in place. One of the things HMIC is identified was about that strategic governance focus, and as I say, that is now in place.
Okay, thanks for that, Katrina. DCC, Alan Spears, Alan?
Yeah, thanks again, Chair. So I think just building on Katrina's point, there's probably three internal forums where much of that good practice, best practice, learning can be shared. So first and foremost, There's a structure around local policing commanders and the way that they would come together under the DCC local policing portfolio. The second place I would see is a performance board, where it's not just it's about looking at how we're sharing good practice, and then that flows into the force tasking. So I would say there's 3 checkpoints that I would be confident that no matter what element of good practice or not, as the case may be, is being shared as across those forums, which builds on the work that Katrina would do specifically in the area she covered.
Okay, thanks for that. I've got a couple of questions that I would quite like to ask just at this point. Tina, you actually highlighted, you know, the issue around rape crimes and almost a 20% increase there. And in the report, it states that analysis is ongoing to better understand the increase in the volume of rape. So I just wondered how that analysis is progressing, if and when this will be shared, and what's your insights and understanding to date in relation to the significant increase in this type of crime.
Thank you, Chair. So the analysis remains ongoing, and the proposal is that we bring it back to this group for a deep dive. That's something we touched on at Performance Board, which could be a good topic potentially to bring back to the next SPA meeting. There is quite a significant amount of work ongoing in this space. As I'd mentioned in the kind of introductory comments, we're now seeing non-recent rape almost 40%, which we know then brings its challenges across the service. We know that rape of a female over 16 continues to be the main driver in terms of the overall increase in rape. So that's up 16.4%, 134 more crimes than last year. So all crime categories within rape have noted an increase compared to last year, with the exception of females under 13, which is decreasing. So that is one positive that we have drawn out. We know that Glasgow, Greater Glasgow, the Lothians and the Scottish Borders divisions have recorded the highest volumes of rape in the same period in any other year, and they continue to have the greatest increase compared to any other divisions across Scotland. So in terms of the analysis that's ongoing, we now have a richer data source with the rollout of Unify, the new national crime system across the service. So we're able to look a little bit more in terms of offenders and victims. So we'll be looking at areas where we can look at any kind of repeat offending or any continuity in terms of offending across sexual crime as a whole. So looking at the whole of Group 2 to see are there areas where there has been sexual offending that hasn't been rape, but may be another category that could then connect into the broader picture. We're looking to establish if there's any particular patterns across the country, any particular times, days of the week, etc. Just those basic temporal and local analysis. So it's ongoing at the moment, and as I say, we would hope to bring that back to this group for the next sessions to do a bit of a deep dive. We do have specific challenges in this area when we look at the data, because we know that there's increased reports of rape, and what we're trying to establish and provide a bit more of an evidence base for is that then in the positive sense, where we're encouraging people to report. However, what we need then to really evidence that is the triangulation of data. So looking to our partners to see what data they hold that we could use to evidence, are we potentially closing that reporting gap, which would be a significant positive, or are we actually seeing more of a prevalence of rape? So I think these are questions that remain kind of outstanding and are really reliant on that triangulation of data, and it's quite a challenging question to answer. However, that said, I know there's a lot of work ongoing to improve trust and confidence that ACC Johnson has been leading on, and there's been a lot of sort of published elements of that that would lend itself to that increase in public confidence potentially. So these are all the areas that we're looking at and deep diving into, and we'll bring back with a bit more of an insight into the next group.
Thanks for that, Tina. I see that Councillor Chalmers raised her hand there. Did you want to come in on this, Councillor Chalmers?
Thanks, Chair. I just really wanted to make a brief comment. Just this is the 16th day of the 16 days of action in our campaign against violence against women and girls, and it's been a really full campaign, 16 days with lots of events, including the national event I chaired last week, which many of your colleagues attended. So I suppose I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for all your support for that campaign and for the work you do all the year through around violence against women and girls. But I wanted to particularly maybe highlight, yesterday there was an event around Safe Talk and the Authentic Voice. And the Authentic Voice panel is a group of 10 women who have lived experience and who have been offering support across public sector. And I know that we're hoping to make more use within local government of their voice. And it's a group of people who are supported, to their experience, and to have their voice in lots of design of services and comment and everything has been valued by others. So I don't know whether it's something, Tina, that you and others have used, but just to encourage perhaps engagement with that group of people, and just thanks for your involvement in the campaign.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Chalmers, and thank you for highlighting the ongoing campaign. And my comment really back to Tina was, you know, again, I think that analysis and the insight work that's ongoing is invaluable, of course, and it will inform a lot of actions, but it will feed into that strategy on violence against women and girls, you know, to strengthen it and then hopefully lead to better outcomes through the delivery of the strategy, is the way that I'm reading this. Okay, thank you. Tom, I see you've raised your hand.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm not interrupting your own questions, though.
No, you're fine. Please,
before we leave this item, I'd like to explore the issue of antisocial behaviour, if you don't mind. It's a significant concern in public commentary at the moment. While the records show that the number of incidents, complaints are down, actual offences are up, and very often antisocial behaviour comes alongside other forms of crime that are recorded quite clearly. But looking at retail acquisitive crime later, very often that's associated with antisocial behaviour type offences as well. And so the question is there under recording of antisocial behaviour, in the sense that we're saying that it's decreasing, but the public commentary is that it doesn't feel like that?
Thank you, Tom. ACC Mayors, Tim?
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, I mean, as you know, Tom, the starting position would be this would be one of the types of incidents where we would have a concern about underreporting, and so certainly when we see a reduction in it, we have to leave open the fact that some of this is associated with the reductions in community policing officer numbers, with some of the challenges we face from time to time around accessing the 101 system and other things that mean that people may decide, may convince themselves that it doesn't matter, and therefore choose not to report it or hang on. So I think it's reasonable to assume that is possible. Again, as you know, it's really hard to kind of capture that. So on the crime side, we tend to use the big crime surveys that would tell us how many members of the public have experienced crime against what our recorded crime is, and we can kind of figure out what the underreporting is. It's a lot harder with ASB because in a lot of cases it's not necessarily a crime type. It can be a range of other activity as well. So certainly everything that we're looking at through the service delivery review and through the delivery of the 3-year plan is focused on really increasing accessibility, enhancing the ability for us to better understand what's going on at a local level, and then take a more proactive approach to that. So these are one of the metrics, as you indicate, that we'll want to monitor over the next 2 to 3 years as we try to reinvest in that community footprint, if that helps.
Yeah, thanks very much for that response, Tim. Are you content with that, Tom?
Yeah, just my sincere appreciation to ACC mayors for being as candid as that, the acknowledgement, because it does acknowledge the experience of in the community at the moment. It's a difficult problem, but it has to remain a priority for policing. I think that's one of the sort of the points I would make from it.
Thank you. And it's maybe opportune at this moment to mention that the chair of the authority will be tomorrow hosting a webinar on direct measures. And direct measures include things like fixed penalties, antisocial behaviour, etc. So if anybody wishes to join in that webinar, I'm sure the chair would be more than welcome. It's an important issue for us. I've got one final question. I was very grateful to be able to come along to Councillor Chalmers' Oslo meeting. I think it was last week or the week before, where all the local scrutiny conveners come together and they discuss the issues. And I did highlight to them that part of our terms of reference is to give an opportunity for issues that they have concerns with to be considered at a national level through Councillor Chalmers at this committee. But one of the areas that came up quite frequently was in relation to the perceived amount of time that people have to wait for one-on-one calls, and clearly the response to that is we really welcome the reduction in it, and equally that prioritisation of treble 9 calls, and again an improving performance on that. But I just wondered if any colleagues from Police Scotland want to take the opportunity, perhaps to highlight the purpose of 101, treble 9s, and also the other means by which people can access Police Scotland to get answers and get responses to the queries and questions that they may have. It's something that across the country appears to be getting raised with local councillors. Barry Blair, if you want to come in and respond to that, thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and hopefully you can pick up on what I'm saying, given my voice this morning. But yeah, just welcome the opportunity. I've got a paper coming up later on in the meeting, but yeah, there has, and we continue to focus on improving the call waiting times within 101, and a lot of the work we're doing over the next year to 3 years under the Chief Constable's plan is to continue improving that service and continue to improving the wait times. A lot of that will be enabled by technology, but over that piece we are going to continue focusing our message around about the use and importance of that emergency line, and only having public use it in an emergency, and try and continue that education around about both the ways in which they can contact policing through 101 and enhance our offering through digital platforms, through our contact us, and through that technology begin to introduce a wider range of offerings for non-emergency contacts. So I'll speak a little bit about that later on in the meeting as well.
Yeah, and hopefully that question and your opportunity set up your paper for later on in the meeting, which we're really looking forward to going through. So thanks for coming in on that. Does anybody have any final questions on this section? No? Well, thanks very much for that. I mean, clearly what everybody wants to see is a reduction in overall crime, and within all the categories that are encompassed within that, and an increase in detection rates. And I think from this report, we can see some really positive work going on within Police Scotland. There are areas that you're seeking to improve. I think what was drawn out today is what a strong learning organisation Police Scotland is. You're looking for insights wherever these are available, and you're not just looking internally within Police Scotland. The proportionate appropriate use of benchmark, and that's been highlighted. So we really appreciate that as well. And some of the areas that we've touched on, we will get more detail on those in later papers. So thank you for that. So moving on, this is one of the points where I'm going to make a slight tweak to the agenda. I believe that ACC Mayors, who's joined us this morning, has other commitments in his diary today. So if we could just, rather than going on at this moment in time to item 2.2, if we can quickly skip ahead to 2.3. Tim, you've already highlighted you're going to be speaking to this, and this is Acquisitive and Retail Crime Report. So over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present. Are you happy if I share my screen just to report?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let's see if, can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Hopefully that's working. Okay, great, thank you. So, folks, I'll keep this very brief because I know you'll be more interested really in the questions that go alongside this. So I'll skip through this element if you're content, but I suppose the key point really is that of all the reported crime in Scotland, acquisitive crime accounts for 46.4%. So this is a significant volume of the crime that we talk about. So when we talk about trends in this, it is large numbers. That also represents a large number of victims within Scotland. And that spans through all various types of criminality from theft, shoplifting, right through to theft of significant plant and vehicles, which can be up to hundreds of thousands of pounds. It can be motivated by domestic means, people knowing each other, right through to international serious and organised crime. So a very, very broad and extensive area of criminality. In general, and I can talk a little about, there's a little more detail in the report about the UK context, but broadly speaking, the Scottish picture is not dissimilar to the wider UK picture. What we see is that whilst we see a small increase in overall crimes of dishonesty, that is driven significantly by theft by shoplifting, which has increased. Housebreaking, motor vehicle crime, we are seeing reductions in, and I suppose I point to that because there's an awful lot of hard work behind that. We'll go into a little bit of that shortly. And those are crime types that really significantly impact victims, and they are consistently, when we look at our local policing plan, those are priority crime types amongst the communities. So they don't always appear on our strategic assessment because of the threat, harm and risk element, which tends to focus on things like that. But if anyone here has ever had their car stolen or has ever had their house broken into, I'm sure you can testify to the significant impact it has on well-being, psychological well-being and other things. And over the years, I have to say, some of the house breakings I attended were some of the most difficult and challenging crimes because people feel like their personal space has been invaded. The detection rates, broadly speaking, I think demonstrate that we are performing effectively in this space. The one where we see a slight reduction is in around shoplifting, but bear in mind that's a percentage figure. So the overall numbers that we're seeing, we're actually continuing to keep that percentage very, very close. I think it equates to well over, I think it's around 1,600 additional detections in order for us to keep that figure there. So we're working exceptionally hard to identify and bring to justice those involved in all of those crime types. Very quickly, some key insights, and excuse the pun, in relation to the first one around vehicle crime. For a long time, you'll know we saw massive reductions in vehicle crime, and I guess it's back to Chris's question at the start. A lot of that was through the designing out of crime opportunities by making cars more secure, by bringing in the ability to immobilize vehicles without the keys and things like that. That changed really around the kind of the remote key systems, and we saw some crime types emerging where those were being targeted. I think through good crime prevention work, through engagement with industry, we're seeing that shift, and that those numbers are now starting to reduce again as vehicles become more secure. Housebreaking, really, really focusing on, I guess, both theft of motor vehicles and housebreaking is making this point that we see a level of organisation around this, people working in teams and groups. They will travel across Scotland and indeed the UK. So, for example, you will see, in respect of theft of motor vehicles and housebreakings in and around the border areas, gangs from England travelling to Scotland and vice versa. And clearly the dark weather at this time of year sees an increase in that. And the really, really strong element of this, I think, to point out, again, across both of these crime types, is the high level of repeat and persistent offending. So again, back to Chris's question about what impacts this trend. There was one division saw a massive spike in housebreakings earlier in the year, and essentially put that down to 2 offenders within that division who we were able to arrest. And actually that saw a significant drop off in the offending. So a very small number of people drive a significant amount of the criminality in this space. And I'll pick up on that when we come to then how we respond to that within our strategy. A quick mention of the Scottish Partnership Against Rural Crime, SPARC, led by Katrina's folks within Policing Together, an absolutely excellent example. Again, big crossover between acquisitive crime and rural crime, and safety and security and confidence among rural communities. And this is a really good example, and it is I would say it is the blueprint for the work we want to do around space, which we'll come to later, where you see a national strategy and partnership sitting at the strategic level. But as you can see in the right-hand side here, local SPARC partnerships then driving out that work at a community level, where we're able to join all of that up into a single approach. Has delivered some really effective benefits and really effectively engages communities and a wide range of partners, as you can see on the left. And again, that points to the fact that acquisitive crime is something that requires a partnership approach. Whilst the pursue strand of it can have a massive impact, we know that sustained success around acquisitive crime comes through effective partnership working, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as I go through. So that brings us, Chair, then to a quick deep dive then into retail crime, which is that outlier that you saw in the figures. So retail, so bearing in mind that acquisitive crime accounts for nearly 50% of all crime, shoplifting accounts for nearly 40% of all acquisitive crime. So you can see it as an enormous crime type. As I look through all our crime figures, I don't think there is another crime type that has as many crimes associated with it as shoplifting. We're seeing a year-on-year sustained increase. What's notable is that unlike the other crime types where in general across acquisitive crime we saw reductions during COVID, those other crime types did in acquisitive crime recover somewhat post-COVID, but they never really went above the 2019-20 figures, pre-COVID figures. Shoplifting has significantly passed that figure and is continuing to rise. As I indicated, that we've done, I think the demonstration of our commitment to this is that our detection rate has remained broadly consistent. So an additional 1,600, nearly 1,700 detections this year in comparison to last year. One of the key insights I wanted to draw out is again this point of re-offenders. So we talked about the role of a small number of people driving the number of offending or the numbers of offences in housebreaking and in vehicle theft. But you can see here again that 50% of all offenders in some of these divisions that you can see are re-offenders. So it's a very, very high rate. And that, when you look into some of the case studies and examples where we're perhaps charging individuals with in excess of 100 cases of shoplifting, it is prolific, it is sustained, and I'll come on to some of the drivers around that. But again, very relevant when we come to the pursue strand of our response. Some of the key drivers around this then that we've highlighted here. There has been a lot of talk about the cost of living crisis, and I do think that has had an impact. I think on two fronts, that households have less money, but clearly that a lot of items have dramatically increased in cost, and that's created this gap between these two. But again, it's important to see that these all interconnect. No one of these should be seen in isolation. Serious organised crime is a significant factor. Some of you may have seen the Channel 4 documentary that kind of unpacked the extent that serious organised crime is involved in retail crime and shoplifting. But when you look at your higher end products, the likes of perfume, alcohol and other items, there is a high level of organisation in this, and we do see a number of groups operating across the Central Belt and actually across the UK involved in that criminality. A big change in the retail environment. So we'll all know that really coming out of COVID, we've seen an increase in the number of self-checkout facilities and other things. And in some cases that has significantly reduced the physical measures that would have been in place to prevent shoplifting. And that has presented a lot of opportunities, I think, for people to, again, connecting all of this together. In some cases, it has made it a lot easier for people to be able to get out of shops with items. And that's something we continue to work with retailers on. I flag the criminal justice system here. Clearly, and I know Wendy's on the call, we work exceptionally hard with Scottish Government and with other partners in the justice system around the challenges at the moment in the prison system. But it's clear that when we see that repeat offending is such a major factor in driving the numbers of acquisitive crime and in particular shoplifting, one of the control strategies ultimately for us is the ability to bring those high tariff repeat offenders before the courts and seek remand, and that becomes a challenge in the current environment. It's difficult to achieve that for something like shoplifting, and that means that often those individuals are able to return and continue to offend. The peer pressure element points to children and young people, and I'm aware, Chair, that my colleague Mark Sutherland was down presenting to you around violence and youth violence. Actually, there's a real common strand between that category and this category around children and young people being involved in shoplifting and also being involved in assaults of shop workers. The peak age is about 13 and 14. And therefore, to understand how we address this long term, we need to think really carefully about how we work with partners to provide positive opportunities for our young people to divert them away from this kind of activity and also the antisocial behaviour that Tom discussed and mentioned earlier. That brings us to kind of the plan that we have here, the 4 Ps approach. So that pursue element is very, very much focused on really clear understanding of where our highest areas for shoplifting are, being able to target the times and places, work with the partner shops and businesses to encourage them to implement more effective preventative measures, really targeting the highest profile kind of repeat offenders and organised crime groups. So that requires an awful lot of information, intelligence and analysis, and that's driven by Detective Superintendent Neil MacDonald, who chairs our acquisitive crime group within the organisation. And then we have regional detective chief inspectors who lead on that approach for us and work very, very hard at targeting that element. It's important when we talk about retail crime, when you see the volume of crimes, the challenge is always going to be that will always be our ability to investigate thoroughly every single one of those. We need to be honest about our ability to do that. So the pursue strand really does focus on repeat offenders in high volume areas. And when we work with industry, they're really supportive of that. They understand that there will be low value isolated incidents. And sadly, that's kind of part of the business. What they want to see action on are those who deal in volume, violence and value. Those are kind of really the 3 big hitters that we want to focus on. So we work at that through pursue. The prevent element I'll pick up maybe later, but I mean, there are clearly, I mentioned some of the underlying trends that we want to invest in. The prepare piece, we have a number of elements ongoing around that, but definitely one of the areas we want to explore more effectively is the use of kind of control orders, you know, the old school antisocial behaviour orders and other orders that actually, again, with recidivist offenders who were not able to get remanded, then how can we exclude them from retail areas, and then how can we actually take action when they're in those retail areas? And then lastly, the protect element, which is an awful lot of training going on in a programme called Protect People, Protect Property. which we're delivering locally to retailers, and at the moment that allows them to prepare a better design their shops, to design out opportunities for crime, and also skill up their staff to identify trends. I'll not dwell on this. I'll pick a few of the elements out very quickly, Chair, if you're content. Operation Opal is the national group that works on this, and we're keen to deepen our work with them. You'll have seen in the budget last week that Scottish Government have allocated £3 million to support the delivery essentially of this 4-piece plan. So we're currently working through our opportunities as to how to maximise the impact of that money to deal with retail crime in a more effective way. The key elements I would point out here is our relationship with Retailers Against Crime in Scotland. They're an excellent group. They're a membership group, provide an awful lot of support and information and intelligence to us, but they're there to support retailers. They allow the sharing of information between retailers, and they also provide an awful lot of advice to their members about how they can effectively prevent criminality. I'll come on shortly to the space strategy, and one of the key things we want to look at now really is a 3-site pilot focusing on probably our 3 most kind of high demand areas, which would really be Glasgow City Centre, Edinburgh City Centre and Dundee City Centre, and how can we work within those 3 areas to better understand how we effectively prevent shoplifting in the first place rather than constantly responding to it at the other end. And then very, very briefly, there's mention again in the programme for government this year around the Scottish Partnership Against Acquisitive Crime. There's information in the report and available here. The first strategic meeting is now scheduled and will happen in February, and that will be an opportunity, I think, to align to the funding that's been delivered by Scottish Government as part of the budget, and to really emulate the work of Spark in driving a truly partnership, prevention-led approach to dealing with retail crime and the impact that it has, not just on businesses, but on individual shop workers as well, which can be significant. And there's a number of the plans that are coming ahead. As I've said, we're currently exploring opportunities with Scottish Government and with the retail sector around how most effectively to utilise the funding that's been provided in year. And we obviously will bring those plans back once they're firmed up. And that's me, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Tim. Very helpful and useful overview and then insights that you've provided to us there. I'll open it up for questions, and I see that Tom Halpin has raised his hand. Tom.
Thanks very much, Chair. And Tim Macy Senior, thanks for this report. It's clearly a significant report, and there's a lot of activity going on here. But that reflects the concern that's been expressed, and we know about the correspondences from the retailers regarding the surge, and in fact the crime figures confirm there is a surge there, and it's what we do about that. So there's stuff around National Police Chief Council's plans and strategies, and bringing the best of that into our strategy and developing that along with the partnership space. So in terms of timelines and what we might expect to see, are you able to give us any more information in that sense? And the other bit might at the same time addresses one of the concerns expressed by Scottish Retail Consortium is the police unwillingness at times to attend a reported crime, and indeed very often in their view sometimes it's under recording of it because of that sense of being overwhelmed by the volume. So reassurance to that group about what sort of response you might expect as well.
Yeah. So I would start, I suppose, the timelines element. So an awful lot of the work I've outlined today is ongoing as we speak. We have weekly meetings with retail partners facilitated through the dedicated team within Katrina's World. The training that I mentioned is being rolled out as we speak, and as indicated, the detection rates are holding up pretty solidly, which demonstrate that there's an awful lot of activity in the pursuit space. The funding granted by Scottish Government will kick in obviously in April 25. So the real push on now is to get a really solid plan in place between now and then so that we can maximise the impact of that. It's 1 year's worth of funding, and it's great to be given it, but then you have to turn your mind to actually spending it all within 12 months. It becomes quite a challenge. So we're working really hard on that bit. And then, as I've said, with the inaugural meeting of the Space kind of Strategic Board in February, that will allow us to start to build on that longer term, more sustained approach. So what I'm seeing really is a build in the first part of calendar year 25 to see a more sustained and joined up approach really from April 25, and following that through the first year, see what impact we can have in the first year. And clearly that money that's been committed to by Scottish Government, we would hope that the retail sector potentially could match or support some of that as well moving forward, and really build that sustained approach. Your attendance issue, the attendance issue, I think it's a fair point. We work very closely with Scottish Retailers Consortium. Generally, what I find amongst most of the retailers is there's an understanding that we can't attend to every single shoplifting, and I know that there is significant underreporting going on, and there's a number of issues for that we are trying to address. One of those is, again, the challenges at times of being able to report that. So they'll do a kind of a cost-benefit analysis of potentially spending quite some time on the phone to report an incident versus the value of that incident and whether it's covered by insurance or not. One of the things you'll have seen in the report is the Centricis pilot, which is running in Fife division, and what that's really exploring is an alternative means for retailers to be able to report the incidents to police. So the challenge is that in many cases, obviously, the offender has left the shop by the time the report's made to police. Physically, for us, we have to attend to get a copy of the video, to get a copy of the statements. That can take some time because obviously it's not an immediate deployment because the crime isn't ongoing. So as you know, and I would have listened to the radios and hear police crews on the ground, there can be 10 or 11 of those to do in a given day to just drive around and pick up video and statements. So it is a very time consuming process at times. The ability to automate all of that so that actually retailers can simply submit the video with their statement digitally and police can treat that as a crime report is a massive opportunity. It saves a lot of time for police. It saves an awful lot of time for retailers, and it allows us then to use desktop investigation as a method to identify the offenders, to be able to circulate their details and allocate it for investigation as appropriate. So it's one we continue to work at. I think we do need to be clear, one of the reasons we point to the volumes of shoplifting is it will always be a challenge for us physically to attend every single one of those. And it will also be a challenge to always investigate every single one of those. And that's why with the partners, we do talk about how we prioritize that and how we maximize our impact on that. So I suppose the key bit for me, Thomas, I don't want to make unrealistic commitments to retail partners about what is achievable when you look at the size of some of this. And I'm far keener to really start to look at how we maximise the impact that we can have within all of this. And I suppose to your point about the sustained rise, it is again about having really strong partnerships where we can have the conversations about why that sustained rise is there and understand that policing definitely has a role to play within this, but I don't think that we can ultimately be left with, and I'm not suggesting that, with the responsibility of the rise ourselves. An awful lot of this is driven by a wide range of other factors that we're having to respond to. Happy to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. And Tom, you've obviously want to come back on this.
Yeah. So I've great sympathy for what Tim has said, and in terms of ability to respond to the totality of shoplifting. So I do agree with him, but there is a point in terms of the impact on the business that it's more than just the one incident. That there needs to be a confidence that the police will respond appropriately. So not that we would sort it in this conversation, but it's just looking for reassurance that as those discussions continue with the Scottish Partnership Against Aggressive Crime and their members, etc., and a shared understanding of what is required is codified, if that's the right phrase. That that we come back to this and that we actually get sight of that, so that we get that reassurance that this is being dealt with appropriately. Because we can't just sign off and say, well, we can't do it all. You know, we need to actually have some parameters on that.
So I think that's really valid. The one category I would really point to, I think, is the Scottish Grocers Federation. So small, local, independent retailers working on very tight margins, working within communities, so they don't avail of a lot of the security infrastructure that the larger supermarkets and others do, and nor can they afford. Not that anybody can afford to lose it, but they don't. You know, they can't afford to lose that, but equally probably don't have the overheads to invest in a lot of the technical solutions. So that is why overall prevention is the priority for us, around really working hard to support the likes of SGF and others to prevent this stuff from happening in the first place, because we know there are massive challenges in the pursue space when we look at it in its totality. So that's where I think the opportunities through space is to have those bigger conversations with wider partnerships to understand how we can get the maximum amount of support to all levels of retail, not just perhaps the larger ones who have the means at times to be able to project that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I've got one question to conclude then, Tim. Where a retail worker is subject to assault, will the police attend?
So it's back to the deployment. If it's an ongoing assault and there's an immediate risk to the public, we will absolutely attend it. Where someone is reporting an assault that has occurred, then there has to be an assessment as to whether there's a necessity for the police to attend, but we will investigate it. Yes. You will investigate it? Yes, but we may not attend right there and then, but we will investigate it. Yeah, I understand that. Thank you.
Thanks for your questions there and your responses, Tim. I see that His Majesty's Chief Inspector, Craig Naylor, wishes to come in on this. So, Craig.
Thanks very much, Chair. And Tim, really appreciate that presentation. It's really clear. There's probably three things I want to say. One, retail crime, acoustic crime, is something that is featuring very heavily in our consultation for our next scrutiny plan. So I suspect that will be something we want to look at in the next plan. But there's just a couple of things in prevent, and I'm going to take Tom Halpin back about 10, 12 years to his previous role in SACRO. We ran some very successful work on offender management post-release from prison around both housebreaking and wider retail crime with the support of SACRO. This is very much about giving people the opportunity to move away from a life of crime once they were convicted in that space. Now, that's obviously very high-end offenders, but it was a very successful programme, and I'm sure there are still documents in SACRO that would be able to help with that, and I wondered if that was maybe something that could be looked at in the future. The other bit is just picking up on the Scottish budget last week. Community Justice Scotland have got a significant increase in money for diversion from prosecution, and I wonder if it's maybe worth a touch into Bill Fitzpatrick, the Director of Ops at Community Justice Scotland, to think about how they could become involved in this space around the prevent work that diversion would give. And I see Wendy on the call as well. It may be something that is worth a wider consideration to enhance what you're doing. So that was it, Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to come in.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming in and the insights and that wider picture that you brought to us. And I see you're getting a thumbs up for those comments, so thank you for that. Tim, any further questions on this? No, really important paper, Tim, and as the Chief Inspector said, I think your presentation was very clear. I think there has been a public perception that policing in general is stepping away from this. Clearly, that is not the case, and I hadn't really, and I probably should have recognised. I think you said that that acquisitive and retail crime accounts for 50% of crimes. So it really is significant, and I think there's a significant approach and significant resourcing from Police Scotland being put into that, and 40% that acquisitive crime is retail crime. And I think the approach that you're taking is to be applauded. And really, we look forward you're to seeing the impact of this approach as time passes. And I think what you also highlighted is this is not something that Police Scotland alone can resolve. There are many issues, and I think the insights that you provided on that are really useful. And that additional funding that's came from Scottish Government and the work that's going on through space to try and find the best way to make use of that. I think that was something that you drew out and is really important. So really appreciate the insights and the deep dive that you've provided this morning.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. And I think you've got to go now. Thank you for coming along this morning.
Thanks.
I'm conscious that I know we've only been going for an hour and 10 minutes, but we've got a really big paper and it's the first time, and I think it might take a little bit of time. So if I could just suggest that a quick 10-minute comfort break while we regather our thoughts, and then we can focus on the 3-year action plan next. So if we're all back for 11:20, thank you. 20 past. Hopefully we took advantage of that short 10-minute break. And if we'll return to the agenda now, and the next item that we have is 2.2, which is Police Scotland's 2030 vision. And this is the first time we've received the 3-year plan biannual report for 24-25. And I believe Tina McLucas is going to speak to this for us. So Tina.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is our first reporting against the 3-year business plan aligned to our 2030 vision. So this plan covers the year 1 milestones and activity that's been undertaken in relation to progress. It also aligns in the annual police plan commitments that and the main align with those milestones. And there's a couple of additional APP activities within the report as well that we have included in pages 46 and 47. In addition to that, we've also considered our commitment to this committee that we would bring back outstanding annual police plan commitments from 23-24. So the back section of the report includes those, and we've in the main mapped them across to ongoing activity within the business plan itself. So the way the report's structured is we have each area of the vision represented in line with the 3-year business plan and the milestones, and we start each section with a very short performance summary in relation to that. So if you look at page 5 in the report, it gives a little bit of a summary in terms of where we are. So we can see that the majority of activities, so 44 are underway and on track for completion during 24-25. We have 12 activities that are complete and now business as usual. 4 activities are underway but not on track for completion during this year. And there's 1 activity that's not progressing at this time. You'll see throughout the report there's quite extensive updates in relation to those progress points. For example, the 1 activity that is currently shown as red, that is not progressing and will not be delivered in year. That's really relying on capital funding, although there has been a kind of resourcing input in terms of that particular activity. So just for further reference, that's the activity that points to implement an effective resource management process that supports the movement of staff and officers across the organisation to better align to our priorities. So again, there's a reliance there on capital investment in relation to a new duty management system. But in the meantime, resources have been put in there to supplement that. There are some activities that are described there in terms of purple that we've mentioned, where the key deliverable is underway but not on track for completion during this year. And you'll see some examples of those within the report, but some of them are shown as dependencies on partners that can also contribute to delays within processes. So there are full explanations for that. In terms of next steps, we're looking at our next annual police plan, which will flesh out delivery of year 2 milestones within our business plan. And we are working with the owners of those milestones and helping them to build out those plans and look at how that connects into the wider developing refresh of our performance and accountability framework, so that we can really robustly track progress. And it also connects into some hard metrics as well that we are building within the framework. So I'll pause there, Chair, to take any comments or feedback.
Thank you, Tina. I appreciate the huge amount of work that's gone into the production of this report. And before we open up to questions, just very briefly comment on the work you've done to align all the different reporting. I think that's quite significant, and it adds to the clarity on delivery and progress. So appreciative for that. So with that, what I'll do is I'll open it up to questions. I see, oh, I saw Mary had raised her hand.
Yep.
And then quickly lowered it, but I presume that was accidentally. So over to yourself first, Mary.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, just to acknowledge the amount of work, as you say, Chair, that's gone into producing this report. It's very good and it's very clear, and I think it gives us a really good benchmark for where we're going over the next 3 years with the delivery of this plan. I wanted to ask about a couple of the areas where we have purple flags, which I haven't seen purple before, but it's a very good way of flagging up where we have some concerns. So, for example, these are where the key deliverable is underway but not on track for completion this year. And the first of these is the one that relates to improving partnership working with the NHS and local authorities. And obviously that's really critical. And it is disappointing to see that at the moment we're still seeing a lot of low-level collaboration, but not an awful lot at a strategic level. And perhaps there are very good reasons for that. I think that's potentially understandable, but it is still disappointing. So I wondered if you could say something about how we might bring this back on track, and how perhaps we could use the partnership agreement between COSLA, the SPA and Police Scotland to support making further progress on this, because it's very important.
So, Chair, happy to come in back in on that. So in terms of working with the leads, from our perspective, we are supporting them to further draw out these plans that underpin the activities and the milestones themselves. So although we have strategic and tactical leads in this space, we can support with those particular steps, and if there are kind of delays in that, I think it's particularly our role and our responsibility in reporting back to this committee to flesh that out and be transparent about it. However, it's with the leads themselves to look for opportunities to accelerate this and bring it back on track.
Yeah, I know it's difficult, but there is a reform collaboration group, and potentially we could enlist their support in trying to move this forward. I think, you know, we're all very keen to see progress, and it's the way we're going to solve some of the more intractable problems. So thank you, Tina. Sorry, Chair, I don't know if you wanted to bring.
Yeah, I can see that. DCC Spears is looks like he wants to come in on this. Yeah. So Alan, over to yourself.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the observation. Mary, I'll maybe ask Katrina Payton just to add a comment if she can. So I think one of the ways in which we are building on partnership working, particularly at a strategic level around the National Health Service, particularly, and some of the associated partners, is through the work that we're doing around mental health. So I think we're making sound progress on the basis of mental health, and the government have set up a strategic group, which I think is really, really positive. As you know, the SPA, Police Scotland, alongside the government, are on that with the NHS. So I don't know if I could just ask Katrina just to add a little bit to that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Katrina?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. So just, I suppose, just to echo those comments, and I recognise that as you would expect with any sort of indicators and flags, it's exactly that. But there's a lot of work that's on in the background around, as the DCC mentioned, our relationship, strategic partnership, specifically as it relates to NHS around mental health, culminating in a framework and a number of commitments at Scottish Government level around how we're continuing to work together. I actually now sit on that reform collaboration group. So, our meeting last week around how we're continuing to share and work around best practice. And I think another area that I would want to highlight strategically is our work with Public Health Scotland through the Futures Institute and the work that's happening in our prevention centre out in Edinburgh, and again a really key piece of work focused on around the preventative agenda. So I think actually when you see that coming around again, the colour of that flag should certainly have changed, because we definitely have those strategic partnerships and relationships in place.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katrina. I think there are undoubtedly success stories in this, so it's not all an area of concern. There's a huge amount that we are doing and can do, but it's just that when you see how much progress we've been able to make with mental health, it's frustrating that perhaps in some of the other areas progress is a wee bit more difficult to achieve. But yeah, okay, we'll look out for the colour purple disappearing. But the other purple indicator I wanted to mention is a similar one. It's about the coordination of the delivery of trauma-informed practice in collaboration with partners, and I think that's milestone 21. Providing person-centred support to victims and witnesses is critical, really, really important, something we're totally convinced of. But we can't control the pace or the ambition of how we do that, as the report clearly identifies. And we do need to get greater coordination and collaboration at a strategic level. So it's a similar question, really. How are we going to get this back on track, and how are we going to make sure that this becomes a priority for all of our partners?
Yeah, thanks for that, Mary. And I see that Katrina's indicated she wants to come in and respond to that question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just similar, it's another area that sits within my portfolio. And as you know, we've got a legislative responsibility moving forward for trauma-informed practice. So whilst we do have very much a focus around trauma-informed approaches right the way through our probation or training into a number of our other approaches to it, we also have a dedicated team specifically looking at how we will continue to embed that across the organisation. One, to meet our legislative responsibilities, but actually continue to have that victim-centred approach and joining it alongside our victims code and our victim standards. As an organisation, to support that, we have actively gone out to recruit dedicated staff, 3 people to help support us in that delivery moving forward. So again, Mary, hopefully just gives you a bit of reassurance that it is very much front and centre around the work that we're doing within Policing Together, and you'll start to see the real benefits of that.
Yep, thank you very much. Yep, wish you well with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Chris, you've now indicated you've got some questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report. It's really there's a lot of information here for me as a new member of the board and the committee. This is really helpful and really insightful. I've got a number of questions. Perhaps if I'll take a couple and perhaps a couple more, Alistair, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
So if I can just go first to the milestone 205 in relation to data science. Strongly support the progress in this area. Interested to hear further any further insight on the kind of priority areas going forward and the opportunities that this work will present. And the other one, if I could just ask for a bit more on at this point on 207 on page 27. This is another purple, and keen to understand the reason for this not being on track. Obviously, commend the progress which is being made, but looking for, I think we're looking for assurance on continued focus and continued pace of progress in this area. Thanks, Chair. I can start with those.
Yeah, thanks very much. We would like to come in and respond to Chris's questions in the first instance.
I can come in initially, Chair.
Thank you, Tina.
And talk a little bit mostly about the data science and maybe bring in colleagues to talk a little bit more about 207 in terms of the policing in a digital world. In relation to investment in data science, so this is something that Police Scotland, we have been investing in since the implementation of the DPU, and that's looking at demand and productivity. So that's where data science really started to take a foothold within Police Scotland. So as we built our data sets into a more cohesive space with our operational systems coming together, where we can now look at the operational space, that data in a more holistic way through our evidence-based sources, then the data scientists have done a fair bit of work, and they've also worked in areas such as local policing, service delivery reviewing, and helped us understand what that service might look like. So this is a little bit of a build on that, taking advantage of opportunities within AI and analytics capabilities, and looking towards a new data science team within the Chief Data Office, which then I suppose shifts the focus a little bit more into building the environments that further support the use of data science. So although we've used data science as much as we can up until now within the demand and productivity unit, it still had limitations in terms of the environments that we have available within Police Scotland. So that's work in progress, and Chief Data Office are leading on that to look at opportunities that were for modern data platforms, enhanced AI and analytics, and then that's something that ourselves in strategy and analysis would then utilise in bringing enhanced insights forward. But I see DCC Middleton's got her hand up, so I'll maybe pass across if that's all okay, Chair, for the next part.
Thanks very much, Tina, for responding to the first part. I don't know if ACC Middleton, Wendy, if you want to continue on that or move on to the policing in a digital world.
Yeah, Chair, it's probably all connected, although policing in a digital world is not my portfolio, so I don't want to stray into that territory in case I get something wrong. But just to come back to the data science, so each of us chair a data owners group. So I'll chair the Criminal Justice Data Owners Group. We had an input from data science at our most recent groups under the banner of innovation, and workshops are going to be conducted in the new year with an opportunity then for us to consider what could be suitable now that we understand data science more and what the team can do, as Tina outlined, and that will then lead to a prioritisation exercise around what we take forward and when. Certainly within my environment, in criminal justice, there are huge opportunities, and I'm actually really excited about it. So I'm very much hoping that I will be prioritised, but then that would always be my approach anyway. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate that. ACC Freeburn, he's the lead, I believe, in policing in a digital world. I think we're hopeful that he will be joining us later. I know he's got other things on to speak to another paper, so maybe we'll come back to that question. I appreciate that you can speak across areas, but at the same time, you know, if somebody's got that specific portfolio and an expertise, then we might as well direct it to them. So that's fine. Chris, how's that for you at the moment? Do you want to come in with your later questions, or do you want me to move on to Tom? And you can come back in at a later point.
No, that's really helpful. Thanks for the response, and appreciate we'll wait for further responses. I'll come back. Take Tom, and then I'll come back.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Tom, you've got some questions.
Thanks, Chair. There's a group of updates and milestones which are really around probably ACC Middleton's area as well, and the justice reforms, just sort of touched in progress. So pilot in Edinburgh in terms of court scheduling, etc., and welcome some update in progress and how might that be rolled out, because the capacity gains in that are very important to blueprint for local policing, for instance. And then you look at the importance of direct measures we've talked about tomorrow in the round table discussion, and that has real dependencies, for instance, in terms of custody arrangements, etc. So it's some sort of sense of where we're getting these pilots, when do we expect to see tangible benefits that are rolled out across Scotland?
Wendy, you want to come back in and respond to Tom's question?
Yes, this is my favourite topic in the whole world, so thank you for that. Tom, I just wanted to clarify whether you were talking about the court scheduler or the court model, as in of officers. So the court scheduler is piloted in Aberdeen and Dundee, and the court officer model in the courts is Edinburgh. So I just wanted to, I can touch on both if you wish.
It was more it might be my misunderstanding, Wendy, but both would be good, but Edinburgh was one I was thinking of.
Okay. So thanks, Chair. I mean, at the risk of taking 3.5 hours to talk about my favourite topic, I'll try and keep it really brief and not give you a whole big rundown on CJ improvement. But of course, this is part of the CJ improvement programme. So everything that's contained within the business plan, the 3-year business plan, is as I updated the committee before and presented to the committee in terms of the plan. So this is very much about increasing the capacity of police officers, reducing the demand, but also improving the victim experience. And that's actually the primary reason for doing what we're doing, and also being able to free up the capacity so we can start to really press into community policing and the prevention that we really want to get into in the problem solving. In terms of the court scheduler, which is an application that we've been supported by digital colleagues, that was tested for an 8-week period in Aberdeen and Dundee and has shown benefits in terms of a reduction in the number of officers cited on annual leave, rest days and night shift. The percentages are very small, but actually that was to be expected over an 8-week period. It does require testing. We wanted to make sure that the technical equipment was working. That has now been subject to an evaluation and also engagement with SCTS, because they have a very important role in this as well. And in the initial design, we worked with the Crown Office, and we didn't then expand that out into SCTS. So that is showing real benefits. The technology works, and if we can get a commitment, which I think we can from our partners, to limit, not to completely eliminate, but to limit the amount of citations on annual leave, rest days and night shift, I think that will be really beneficial. And the application is really clever and works on an algorithm. And so it shows to the court when is the most suitable date for a trial in terms of police officers. So that's ongoing. Courts officers model in Edinburgh, that has moved into evaluation phase. And I should say that with the evaluations, it will then be a case of if there's merit and success, then we will move to national rollout. And that will just be a case of moving with partners, because we need to bring partners along with us on this journey and move at the pace that they can accommodate as well. So we will be moving from pilot, and we've deliberately kept the pilot phases reduced in terms of time frame so that we can move to roll out quicker than maybe pilots have been in the past. The court modelling, again, has worked in Edinburgh, and that is where we have moved from a static position in courts in Edinburgh Sheriff's Court to a more dynamic and flexible patrolling matrix, and that has allowed us to reduce our footprint within the court. You will see also in year 3, we have indicated that we will remove police officers from non-policing roles within courts. We remain committed to working with SCTS around that and understand that there may be some limitations in terms of finance, etc. But we have got commitment from SCTS that we will, that they are keen to consider national rollout as well, and that the evaluation of the pilot was really to inform what that would look like as opposed to prevent it. In terms of direct measures, looking forward to the public information session that I'm taking part in tomorrow. This is a really important first step in the implementation and delivery of the Criminal Justice Improvement Programme, and making sure that we're able to deliver justice to victims at the closest point to the commission of the offence. Because of course, what can happen is that the offences, if they're not dealt with by ourselves, will go into a backlog with ourselves. That will then move into the Crown Office, which also have backlogs. the same outcome would potentially be achieved. And if it did actually go through then into the court system, it will be a significant period of time later for probably admonishment or fine. So it's just about bringing that forward and allowing police officers the discretion to be able to deal with that. And in terms of the last thing that has gone live most recently on the 4th of December is the voluntary interview pathway, and that's about voluntary attendance interviews. And again, that's making sure that officers are equipped and have as many tools as they possibly can have in their toolbox to reduce the amount of time that they spend in coming to custody, bringing to custody, the risks associated with custody, and of course reducing our custody footfall. So that's a bit of a whistle-stop tour, Tom, but it's all moving now into implementation, which I think is going to have real benefits. We are tracking the benefits as we go. So that question about in terms of overall then, what does this all mean? We're trying to track the benefits for each of the individual themes, and then we'll be in a position to do that cumulative impact. Thanks, Chair. Thanks,
Wendy. Tom, are you content with the response there, or is there anything you want to?
Absolutely. I mean, as Wendy says, there's an awful lot in that. The basis of the question is, are there timelines associated with this, albeit there's dependencies that have been well articulated?
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Tom.
Sorry, Chair, the timelines are included in the CJ Improvement Programme, but as said, Direct Measures has relaunched on the 16th of September and the voluntary interview pathway has launched on the 4th of December. So we're into real implementation phase now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Wendy. I've got a couple of questions that I would quite like to ask at this point, and then I know that Chris does want to come back in. So, first question that I've got, hopefully this is not too, it makes sense. The Safer Communities section includes the single red milestones on page 13, which relates to implementing an effective resources management process that supports the dynamic movement of staff and officers across the organisation to better align to priorities. And while some related activities described in the paper that will make small improvements in relation to resource management, this milestone is noted as not being progressed during the current year due to a lack of capital investment in a duty management system and a communications platform, as well as a lack of investment in proactive change work. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen to that milestone. Will it be transferred to a future year of the plan, or whether it's something that's been deprioritised? And what are the risks involved in not progressing this action? And is there any negative impact this may have on the organisation's capacity to deliver other elements within the 3-year plan? So I suppose I'm really looking at that, that agility to put human resource people into the critical areas of the organisation and an agility to do that. Tina.
So, Chair, I can come back initially in terms of some of the processing and updates in the plan, and then if any operational colleagues want to come in terms of agility and around moving resources into critical areas. So, in terms of this first report and how we will bring this back to you in future reports. So, although this is marked at red, at the time of writing, the capital funding here was the challenge. So the leads in this space will be looking at that closely. I know there's been some budget announcements since this was written and published. So there will be ongoing review in terms of what that looks like. Is it capital funding? Is there going to be an alternative or a potential workaround with resourcing? So it doesn't mean that this is now not going to be delivered. It's just a recognition that it's not going to be delivered within the target completion. So we will continue to review this. We'll continue to work with the leads, and we'll bring back further update at year end in terms of what that's looking like. And it's a continuous review of the position, so it's not a complete, this isn't going to be delivered at this stage because we're still very, very early within the 3-year milestones. And we've had quite a significantly quick turnaround in terms of the publishing of our vision, 3-year business plan, and then the publication of this report. So I would very much consider that this is still under consideration as to how this will then be turned from a red into kind of amber and then hopefully green position. But I can pause there if operational colleagues want to come in to discuss a little bit more around that agility in terms of moving resources. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very, very much for that. I don't know if Alan or any other of the operational colleagues wants to comment on that, because through other discussions, you know, and questions, you know, having a much more flexible, agile organisation, I know is something that Police Scotland are delivering well on. And just when I saw the red and that, it gave me a concern that and I know technology enables it, but it did give me a concern. I just don't know if there's thoughts or risks on that.
Thank you. I can offer a comment. Probably not, in the interest of time, not to add a lot more to what Tina has highlighted, other than really to say we're really committed in this space. So, you know, we've, as you'd expect, we've scrutinised the report before it comes here. So we are really committed to addressing this. So I think it might be one that you would want us to come back on to a future committee, and I think that might be prudent that we do, whether it's in one of the next couple of committees, we just provide a further update back to the committee.
Yeah, no, that would be appreciated. Thank you for that. We'll include that in the list of actions. Just at this point, can I just I see that Katharina Casper has appeared on our screen. Thank you very much. I know you've got a very, very busy diary and day, so I appreciate you joining us at this point, Katharina. And before I go back to Chris, and I've asked you about that red milestone there, but I would also like to recognise, the successful completion of 12 milestones in the year to date. Given the comments that we still are relatively early in this process, and that includes improvements in the call handling system, SERPs completion, the delivery data dashboards, embedding the proportionate response to crime, and improvements in the vetting and conduct arrangements. So I just wondered if there was any comment on the delivery of these milestones and what this actually means in terms of improved safety or service to the public.
Well, Chair, I can come in initially and then hand across to others. So from a performance perspective, the delivery of these milestones, it's something that we would track and look for the improvements in service that we can then reflect back through that performance lens through our quarterly reporting. There's also the areas of best practice as well that we'll be working with leads on. So if there's areas of delivery in some areas that we can then learn from and take into other parts of the 3-year planning landscape, we will certainly do that. I think, picking on one or two, but page 17, looking at the operational, strategic, tactical and operational levels of influence through the development of demand data dashboards. I think that the whole kind of delivery of dashboards as a whole, looking at demand and performance dashboards that we've rolled out across the service. So they're now available for officers of sergeant level and above, which really drives that single source of truth that streamlines what we're doing as a service, and it also kind of lets us all be kind of pulling in the same direction. So for example, the performance dashboards will flag up in an exceptions-based way across our areas of greatest threat, harm and risk. And that drills right down not only into divisional level, but local area command level. So it really allows us then to have a really robust tasking process across the service that then aligns right up into our performance board, where we can then coordinate all the activity and look at what impact that's had in terms of our performance. So that's just taking sort of one example. So there are multiple benefits in terms of delivering these green milestones, particularly as you say this early in the year. And it's something that from a performance perspective, we'll be keen to track and gather that good practice and bring that back through the performance board that Deb Spears chairs. And that again allows us to continue to learn and share best practice.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Tina. I think it's to be applauded that early delivery, and I think the improvements that can bring and the opportunities it gives for staff at all levels in the organisation to improve service delivery, through an evidence-based approach, I think is to be applauded. Chris, I'm conscious I cut you off a little bit earlier on because you had a number of questions, but if I could maybe return to yourself.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've got 3 more areas actually that I just wanted to hear more about. I'll perhaps start with one of them and then go to the other 2. The first is at 301 in relation to work to protect children, vulnerable people from harm and sexual exploitation. Obviously, a really critical area, multifaceted, multi-agency. Very much commend the work that's underway to enhance support for victims. Interested to hear more about the work to develop a revised model for delivery for public protection that obviously involves other stakeholders and partners. So just interested to hear a little more about that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. We'd like to pick that up for Chris. DCC Spears, Alan?
Yeah, I think probably I would want to try and get one of my crime colleagues to provide an update around some of the work that we are doing and some of the reshaping and restructuring of how we might deliver public protection. It's probably quite in the early stages, and it might be something we could bring back just at a later point. Just I think it's quite early on, and it's probably not quite ready yet, just for public consumption, if that makes sense. But I can take an action to try and get members with a more substantive update from one of my crime colleagues.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me. Chris, you content with that?
Yeah, of course, Chair. Yeah. Important that we do hear about it at the appropriate time. So thanks, Alan. If I can go on to my other couple of questions. So if I could just ask for some more insight in relation to implementation at 304 on the digital evidence sharing capability. And then the other one is, just going through my notes here, 309, which is another purple area. So just keen to hear a little more about that and the timeline for delivery there. And that's me, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chris. Appreciate it. So desk first. Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. So my colleague Andrew Hendry leads on this. However, we work quite closely given the links into criminal justice, the very obvious links into it. Desk is actively rolling out at the moment as we speak. It is now in Dundee, it is in Aberdeen, it is in Highlands, it's in Stirling, and it will conclude, I believe, by September 25. and summary case management will fall in behind that as well, which connects as well in terms of increasing the capacity of police officers. So there is a rollout programme timetable, I think has been shared previously. Very happy to circulate that again. And then body-worn video will mirror that rollout plan as well, I believe is the intention. Hope that helps.
It does. Sorry, Chris, can I cut across you there? It's just something that's this digital evidence sharing capability, you know, the significance of it has been stated on a number of occasions. Where does Police Scotland lie in terms of digital evidence sharing capabilities compared to, you know, forces perhaps across other parts of the UK?
That's a really interesting question, Chair. So certainly I can only speak for Northern Ireland, where they had a version of Desk, but I think, to be fair, from what I've seen, Desk is a better product. I'm not entirely sure about England and Wales, but this ties into what Tim was speaking about earlier as well, just that ability, I suppose, to transmit digital evidence as quickly as possible with minimum inconvenience to anybody in terms of particularly the retail sector. So I was used to an older version of it, Chair, but as I say, Desk is a much better product.
Yeah, and I see that Her Majesty's Chief Inspector is going to come in on this, so I'll appreciate that. And this may be my ignorance as well, but you know, obviously, body-worn video has been a topic of conversation. There's a big push within Police Scotland to deliver this, you know, extremely valuable tool. And Desk is all part of that, is my understanding. So I just wondered, you know, about lessons learned from across the UK is probably what is coming to my mind there. But I'll leave it there, and I'll invite Craig to come in before we go on to Chris's the other question he asked.
Thanks, Chair. There are 43 versions of the truth in England and Wales, which is never a good thing. There are some very good collaborations, and I was very fortunate to lead one in the East Midlands where 5 forces had the same niche, which is basically the core operating system that they use platform, which built as I was leaving a capability very similar to Desk, probably not as advanced as Desk is because it's 5-6 years ago, but that then hit some stumbling blocks with the ability to present in courts. I think that's now been resolved, but that was the leading collaboration in England and Wales at the time. So it is a very mixed picture, and I think, as ACC Middleton described, what is happening in Scotland with Desk will really accelerate the capability, but will also accelerate them beyond the majority of the rest of the UK. So mixed picture, lots of capability being developed in different ways across the country, which is an absolute waste of time, to be honest. Why don't we just design one and pick it up and use it everywhere? But I don't know if that's anymore. But no, that was it. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and it just came into my thoughts, you know, on the back of Chrissy's question, because it's an area we've heard a lot about, and the importance of it we've heard a lot about. So thanks for that. And Chrissy's other question, I think, relates to unified comms, and is it 309? It's one of the purples, and this may be one of Andrew Henry's areas as well. But I see helpfully Chief Superintendent Barry Blair has raised his hand. So Barry, your response to that?
Sorry, yeah, thanks, Chair. And maybe just on the previous point with Desk, I've previously led that programme, and I think one of the benefits for police in Scotland is that it is going to be one of the first systems that links policing with prosecution with court. So it's the same system through which we can. So there is a mixed picture right across the UK, but nowhere in the UK is providing that crime scene to courtroom functionality that Desk provides. So it really is exciting, and really the sooner that we can get it rolled out, it will be a huge benefit to policing in Scotland. On UCCP, as you say, led by Digital Division, but as Divisional Commander in C3 are a really positive recipient of the technology. We have already delivered part of that UCCP programme, the rollout of WebEx as part of the wider UCCP offering, and we're seeing some real benefits in terms of the WebEx platform, that now being mobile enabled. In terms of the C3 specific functionality, we have again received some of that. So the new workforce management tool has been delivered, and we are currently configuring that with a view to getting that into use ASAP. And then the wider rollout of the contact telephony, which again I'll speak about a little bit in my paper, is due for the end of August. It's been slightly pushed back as we have better understood the training requirements in terms of the volume of staff that I can train whilst retaining the levels of service across our contact platforms. And that has pushed out the training window to that 15 weeks that you now see in the update paper there. But we are on track to deliver come the end of August, and what we will deliver is really quite exciting in terms of moving us from quite ancient technology into some of the modern contact technology that, as I'll reference in my paper, that is allowing some of our comparator UK forces to really make significant inroads in the performance in this space.
Okay, thanks for that, Barry. Chris, I don't know if you've got any further question or comment given the responses.
No, happy with that, Chair. Thank you. Thanks everybody for the responses. That's helpful.
Thanks very much. Does anybody have any further comment or questions on this agenda item? No. First time, and I think you can see that from the range and the number of questions that have been asked by members, that it's hitting the mark. I think the fact that you've aligned a number of different plans within a single report, which is a tricky thing to do, I think that's really useful. We've got an insight into the progress you're making. I think I need to say we do appreciate it. It is early days, and there is a couple of actions that have arisen that you'll come back with more detailed reports on. But as time progresses, I'm sure we will get more information on those areas. And I think the final comment I would make is just continued thoughtfulness in terms of the balance between the hard metrics that get presented in reports, and then also it's probably not the right term, but the softer report on a bit of narrative reporting back, getting the balance right in that, I think will continue to help us to understand the progress that Police Scotland are making against that 2030 vision. And then tying it all back to the quarterly performance report, we within the vision, we want to see safer communities, less crime, we want to support victims and a thriving workforce. So over time, we would expect to see improvements in the relative areas if the vision and the action plan is working against the quarterly reports. But we know that is a long-term thing. So that's what we're looking for there. I don't know if that sums it up for members. Have they got anything that I may have missed on that? No? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which we've already heard a couple of times from Chief Superintendent Barry Blair, so thank you for that. But what we're going to look at now is Police Scotland's response to public contact. We have an update on that. So Barry, over to yourself.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair, and good morning, members again. Thank you for the opportunity to update on our public contact. And probably just linking back to the previous item, the paper hopefully offers a bit of an insight into the improvement activity that we're undertaking, and how that activity is going to support delivery against some of those commitments within the Chief Constable's 3-year business plan, not only to improve performance, but also to improve the service we're providing to public in this space. As you've asked, I'll take the paper as read, and I know Tina picked up on some of the wider performance data in the Q2 update, so I'll just try and pick out some key points, and obviously happy to take any questions. As we touched on earlier, and I'm grateful to you, Chair, for picking up on it yourself, we are seeing improvements in our 999 average speed of answer, with internal measures currently sitting at 9 seconds for Q2, and tracking year to date at 8 seconds, with the Home Office reporting, which includes the kind of BT element of those calls, currently at 11.26 seconds, and that's down as well from 12.69 year to date. Overall non-emergency contact via the 101 platform is down 3.5%, and again really positive around about the average speed of answer, which at Q2 was 5 minutes 1 second, and currently tracking year to date at 4 minutes 52 against the previous year to date of 6 minutes and 51. So significant improvement this year to last on those average speed of answers. Here every day, I see officers and staff working really hard across the division to manage that really significant volume of contact that comes in through all the platforms. But as we just discussed, that despite relatively stable performance year on year, we're not currently keeping pace with many of the other UK police services who are already benefiting from the modern contact technology that they've introduced. And hence the point I was making there around about being really excited and encouraged by the capabilities that we're going to deliver through UCCP. And myself and some of my team have been benchmarking across the UK with those forces to make sure we're as best placed as we can be to maximise that capability. Section 2 in the paper references our discontinued calls, and as you'll see, we are still seeing a large number of discontinued calls on our 101 platform, albeit that is down 4% on previous year to date. Again, that rate's been fairly consistent since the introduction of CAM back in 2020, where we saw an increase in our average call handling time. However, we know from evidence that CAM does allow us to deliver a better quality of service to individual callers. So it's really important with the work that we do that we retain that value whilst continuing to address the discontinued rate and the failure demand that sits within that. Our insights into that continue to be limited, if I'm being honest, due to the technology, but we do know that approximately half of those who discontinue are doing so within the first 2 minutes of their call. So just in the last few weeks, we've introduced some messaging on our 101 contact to let people know that the wait time is expected to be less than 2 minutes, with the hope of keeping them on that line. Previously, we'd only been advising people when wait times were likely to be above 5 minutes, so we're trying to be more proactive just in terms of that expectation management. We also know that about 12.6% of our discontinued calls are what we would class as a positive discontinuation, where callers are notifying us that they're going online via the Contact Us platform following prompts on that 101 recorded messaging. And we are, as I touched on earlier in the meeting, really keen to advance that non-emergency contact via online offerings. And again, UCCP will deliver us opportunities to do that alongside the wider work under modern contact and engagement. I thought I would just pick out section 4, which is a really good news story, provides an update on our CCA accreditation. And I think that's really positive, a real testament to the staff and managers that work in our service centre environment. And I believe that we remain the only UK police service to hold that accreditation currently. So I think that's a real positive for Police Scotland in that space. And then, Section 5 just touches on some of the work we're undertaking within the division as part of our wider organisational change to deliver on those chief constable commitments relative to public contact and engagement over the next 3 years. I won't go through them all, but some of the key highlights that I think will deliver real benefits are the revised approach to training, whereby we're going to start training all of our service advisors right from the point of employment on 101 and 999 call taking, which will provide us a potential uplift of around about 15 to 20% in emergency call handling resource at any given point in time. And that's something we'll benchmark and is generally standard practice across the UK in terms of that approach. We're also in the process of introducing digital displays across our estate to allow our staff to see and understand the 999 demand and the call waiting times and empower them to better manage that 999 emergency line. Again, I spoke around about really being keen to protect that and allow our staff at points of peak demand to encourage and move some of that non-emergency demand, which unfortunately does come through on the 999 line, back onto 101, so we can better utilise the skill sets of our staff in that space. And then finally in the paper, I just wanted to highlight that similar to the work that has been done previously around about emergency contact 999s, we're working with our UK police colleagues via NPCC to do something similar for our 101 call volumes. And again, work will be done around about the discontinued rates so we can compare nationally and learn nationally. And that work's ongoing via a national working group. and we expect that to come for internal review in the next few months, with a view to putting that published externally thereafter. So I'm happy to pause there, Chair, and take any questions.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Barry. And can I just say I appreciate you bearing with us with your voice there. I think it held up well. So thank you. So I'll open it up to questions, and I see that I have Councillor Chalmers, and then I have Mary Pitt-Keithley. If I could just ask Councillor Chalmers to come in first, and then over to Mary. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair. And as you referenced earlier on, this does come up at police scrutiny conveners forum meetings, but it comes up every day for councillors in their contact with the local community too, as I'm sure you're aware. So I was wondering what work has been done. My understanding is that when I speak to folk in community and other councillors, is that people don't maybe understand how that system works. And once they do understand how it works, that it helps them to kind of know where to go and what to do. And I'm wondering how we can use our councillors network, but also our third sector, particular community councils who are often at the heart of some of this stuff, how we can support them to make sure that they can share that message. And because I know that happened in my own community council, where the local police team took time when the system was introduced to say, here's how this worked, and here's how it's monitored, and here's what you can do. And particularly, I remember being able to share information about how you could go online, and if you filled out that online contract or emailed, it was dealt with in the same way as if you'd telephoned. So I think it's that kind of understanding, and you know, what are we doing and what are you doing at the moment, and how can we support you from a causal perspective to do more?
Thank you very much, Councillor, for your question. So we're doing a lot. I work really closely, as do my management team, with our local police and divisional commanders. I previously was a divisional commander in Forth Valley, and we both send reports and liaise, you know, daily, weekly, monthly with them in terms of if there's been specific challenges or demand in 101 or 999 contact and wait times. So we provide that information in order that they can go to scrutiny. But as you say, I have been on the end of those questions, and I think having come into this role, I have a better insight in terms of some of the work that goes on within division. So we're looking again at those reports, the information that we provide, how we can make that an easier read, easier to understand. We already provide frequently asked questions that can support those forums, and my own local area chief inspectors have made offers to support those local scrutiny forums to provide that better level of insight. More nationally, you know, in terms of the kind of wider comms, we do routinely provide you know, comms messaging around about the use of 101, putting people on to online contact platforms if we can. And the reality is, and I have had this feedback, that the online platforms are not where we want them to be. So they're not as easy to use, they're not as interactive and engaging as we would like them to be, and we will over the next few months in delivery of UCCP begin to see them improve and enhance, so we have a better offering to send people to. So we're certainly working really hard to improve the messaging around about it, but likewise, anything that you think we're maybe not doing or can feed in, always happy to receive that as well.
Okay, thanks, Barry. Are you content with that response, Councillor Chalmers? Okay. Sorry, Mary, over to yourself now.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for that, Barry. That was really helpful. I know there's an awful lot happening, and I was particularly interested in your comment about adding messages to that people will hear, even if they're only going to hold on for a couple of minutes, that they'll know that it should be being answered quickly, because there's always concern about the discontinuation rates and how we can stop that. So the more information people have about why they're waiting, how long they might have to wait, might encourage them to hang on a wee bit longer. But I think, given that as wait times increase and discontinuation rates increase, that can often be seen to be at a time when 999 demand is also rising. But I think we'd want to be assured that that's not because callers are using 999 inappropriately when they tried 101, waited too long in their view, discontinued the call, and then immediately went on to 999. I don't know if you can track that, but I wondered if you could comment on that.
So thank you for that again. So the wait times are going down, and again, the one-on-one contact demand is going down. So they're both positive. But the quicker we answer the calls, we see the discontinued rate fall further. There's a number of reasons why people will discontinue their call, and not all of it relates to wait. I say there's positive discontinuation, but specifically in relation to the management of the people on that. We are being proactive around about it. I don't actually think when you look at the data, 2 minutes is hugely long time to be waiting on a non-emergency line. So that's why we're keen to push that information out. Unfortunately, we do see people, using the 999 line, the emergency line, for what we would class as non-emergency business. Now, there is a grey area there where people may deem it to be an emergency, and we would never want to discourage people where they're uncertain from doing that. But what we want to do is probably change your stance, because organisationally, when that demand comes through, we deal with it. However, if there is, and that's the reason for bringing in the contact information, the performance information to our centres, where there is significant demand on the emergency line, I'm keen that our staff do not deal with non-emergency business via that route, and actually better challenge the public, help educate the public to move back onto the 101 and the wider platforms. Now, that's why I think if we give our staff the information and the data, they can actually better tell people, if you phone back in on 101, you are likely to wait 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes, or you might want to phone back later on this afternoon when we know the demand is likely to be less. So trying to provide call centre, better empower them to actually provide and educate the public. But whilst we don't have great data, we do have enough data that shows that there's a reasonable amount of demand coming through the 999 line that we would class as non-emergency.
Thanks, Barry. That sort of advice ties in very nicely with Councillor Chalmers' point, doesn't it, about the more information people have, the more likely they are to choose the right route for getting into Police Scotland. I don't want to dwell too much on being 37th out of 44 or whatever it is, because I absolutely recognise that it can be fractions of a second make a big difference with where you come in that table. But clearly we just want to improve performance all the time, and that's what I know you're focused on. This is a time of year when people are making wish lists for things they would really like to have. What would be on your wish list, Barry, in terms of substantive improvements that you can see are happening elsewhere that you'd love to be able to do, or things that haven't quite made it onto your pipeline of projects but that you think could make a difference?
So I've been in post now about 6 months, and during that time have had the opportunity to, as I said, to go and benchmark across the UK. Got a really good team here, really experienced team, and genuinely, when you look at the work that is being done elsewhere, a lot of that can be done with the technology we have has already been done. So the process review, the level of quality assurance is, as I would contend, second to none in Police Scotland. So my wish list is that we deliver on time and on track the technology that's coming over the hill through UCCP. It is genuinely really exciting. It has, we have limited options within our 101 service. This capability allows us to be intelligent. It allows us to use voice recognition in terms of why people are specifically calling and better route that demand. It allows us to better understand and manage call routing and call flows. So whereas currently there's quite a great deal of manual intervention in terms of how calls are answered by our service advisors, the technology will help us automate that and allow our supervisors to actually lean further into the support and welfare of our teams. So my wish list genuinely is to deliver on time and on track the UCCP, which it is on time and on track just now, and to properly ready my teams to exploit that capability. I think if we do that, and I'm also not one to, because they are so different in terms of service offerings and capability, I'm not one to dwell on league tables, but I think we are in many respects best in class. We're limited by the current technical offering. As we exploit that, I think we will see the service that we deliver in this space improve exponentially, and I'm really excited to be a part of that.
Thank you, Barry. That's an excellent answer, and we wish you good luck with the rest of the delivery of this project. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Barry. I've just got one final question, and you've touched on this. And we note that the use of Contact Us, the email facility, has increased slightly, just over 1%. But there's a number of people who discontinue their one-on-one calls, choose this route. I wonder if you could take the opportunity to articulate what happens when people use Contact Us rather than one-on-one. And does this create more work, take more time for Police Scotland to resolve than if they'd taken the call via one-on-one?
It doesn't create more work, and I suppose as we make that offering more intuitive, then there is a likelihood we could increase the demand for that service. Currently, it allows us to provide a different way in which to route non-emergency contact into the organisation, but it's dealt with in the same way by the same people. So the ask come in. The Contact Us platform has some limited drop-down areas. So if you're reporting certain things, you can drop down, and it also has a forum base where you can effectively ask anything in relation to that. So what it allows us to do is probably better schedule that demand, so we can get to that non-emergency demand at points that it's better, that we are better equipped to do it, where there is not perhaps the same surge capacity in the 999 contact lines. So again, if we can do that, we can the technology we're bringing in allows us to better triage it, allows us to better understand what's coming in through that platform. When we look at forces in England and Wales, they have a far better offering around about reporting crime online, and doing some of that. So it certainly doesn't increase our demand, it just allows us a better way in which to schedule that demand and resource that demand. But likewise, with the improved technology offering, it probably allows us to move into a space that people have more recognised in their wider life and interaction with technology. So live chat with operators, web chat where there's generated Q&As around about that. So there's a whole lot that does, but certainly we're really keen as far as possible, and where people are comfortable with it, to provide that as an offering for non-emergency demand.
Yeah, that's really helpful, and I really appreciate the explanation. Any final questions for Barry on this paper? Well, thanks very much, Barry, for both the paper and the update and your insights. Public contact so fundamental to public trust and confidence and the success of Police Scotland. So really acknowledge the work that's done by staff day in, day out, and equally acknowledge the significant progress that's been made and your aspirations for the future, and we wish you every success with that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 2.5, which is the Criminal Justice Services Division 5-year vision, the delivery summary, and ACC Wendy Middleton is going to speak to this paper. So over to yourself, Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very brief, and the paper's very brief. This is really, I suppose, a little bit of housekeeping, just given the previous conversations around the vision and the 3-year business plan. So I was very grateful when I arrived here last year that I actually have a strategy document that I could pick up. And my thanks to Kenny MacDonald and Gordon McCready for having pulled it together prior to my arrival. But it is slightly out of date, Chair, and really, I suppose, I was meant to bring this, and I apologise to the committee, I was meant to bring this at the same time as I presented on the CJ Improvement Programme, because it's all interconnected. Just by way of reassurance to members, everything that's in this report is already in train and will continue. And of course, under the vision, the 4 pillars, we will continue to prioritise those areas that are captured within this original 5-year vision and direction document. And the priorities will continue to be improving the organisational capacity. It will also be custody, and it will also be productions as well. But it's all contained within the CJ Improvement Plan. I don't intend going through it, Chair. The report is there. I've been asked just to kind of pull together a summary of what had been achieved under the former document, but I think we're now into new territory, and therefore I would ask, just in the spirit of trying to declutter the landscape slightly, that I am asking permission to close the CJ 5-year vision and direction, please. And now move to the vision and 3-year business plan, CJ Improvement Group. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Wendy. Appreciate the short introduction, and you've summarised it. You know, the key points, the reassurances that this is all work and train. Helps to declutter the landscape, I think was the phrase that you used. But before we formally approve closure, I'll open it up. Is there any questions that anybody has in relation to this assurances needed? Chris, over to yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Wendy, and definitely not seeking to prolong this, but just in terms of assurance, I guess there are just a couple of 3 areas that it would be helpful to be clear about in terms of assurance as we deal with the approval you're seeking. One of those is just an assurance around partners being fully cited on the move. The other, I guess, is around how CJSD staff be advised of changes and what engagement and consultation mechanisms are taking place there. And then finally, just I think you've answered this, but are there any areas of the previous work that are not being transitioned into the new plan, and what, and if there are, what might the impact of that be on partners with aligned resource and so on? So just, I'm not looking for lengthy responses, but just assurance in relation to those sort of transition issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Wendy?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chris. Yes, so in terms of partners, it's the same partners that we have been working with throughout on the CJ 5-year vision and direction, who are closely aligned to the CJ Improvement Group, and indeed some of the partners attend that group. The ongoing work and partnerships, I know the NHS were mentioned earlier and I didn't want to chip in, but the work that HMICS do and the joint inspections with healthcare improvement is really important as well. That will continue, and the work that we do with NHS in terms of making custody a safer environment will continue. So there's absolutely no impact on partners. If anything, I think we've brought them in closer, and we'll maintain that, Chris. In terms of CJSD staff engagement consultation, this was really timely actually, and I did meet the ACC sessions earlier in the week, and all of the officers and staff across CJ were able to send questions in advance of that, and for me to deal with some of them, and that will then lead on to a cascade approach as well within CJ, and that's really on the back of the staff survey as well, and that's why it's really important that we transition out of the 5-year vision and direction, because we've actually, I think, moved on significantly in terms of the staff survey, and we now need to bring that to life within CJ, and just that assurance that all of the areas that have been mentioned are transitioning across. There's nothing that we're closing down as a consequence. All of the work that's ongoing, and there's some really interesting work going on. We're leading in terms of a custody survey for service users in custody. That's never been done before in the United Kingdom, so we're taking that forward. Our engagement with Childline, we'd never had that before. So again, that's just to reassure you around my commitment to how we look after children who are in custody, and I maintain it's still not a suitable place for children. We have a lot of work to do within that environment. And we're also doing CPD for custody sergeants, which we've accelerated. So all of the things that we said we would do within CJ 5-year vision we'll continue to do. It's just the reporting framework and mechanism is probably out of date now.
Okay, thanks for that, Wendy. Chris?
Thanks, Wendy, and yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it's important to have those assurances, but it's good to hear them. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on that? No. So Wendy, I mean, this is a high risk area, CJSD, and it's something of it's an area of policing that's of great public interest. Really appreciate the work that's been done and improvements that have been delivered. You've given us the reassurances there that Chris has asked, but you've asked of us, just can we formally close this 5-year strategy down? and move to the new reporting 3-year business plan route. Is everybody content with that? Yeah. So we've now moved, in the future, we've now moved on to the new mechanism for reporting this. But as I said, it is an area of high public interest, and there's a lot of risk involved in this area. So, from time to time, I'm sure you'll provide us with some deeper dives into areas of interest that's appropriate. So thank you for that, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, members.
Okay, we've got ACC Freeburn, but he's joining us slightly later. So again, this is another just slight tweak to the running order of the agenda. So we now move on to 2.7 as opposed to 2.6, and we're going to look at the sex and gender review update. And this is something that is going to be introduced by DCC Alan Spears, and then ACC Katrina Payton is going to present the paper. So over to yourself, Alan.
Thanks, Chair. And I think all I wanted to underline was just the commitment that myself and the Chief both gave at the board, that we would be focused on this work, and we would use this particular committee as a reference point to bring regular updates. The two kind of key things that I've worked on since the board with Katrina was the creation of a short life working group, which would allow the mechanism for us to actually drive forward in what is a tricky and complex business area. And I've been working with Katrina to really outline a kind of sort of clear terms of reference that will help us navigate to a kind of clear position on that. I think over the last month or so, notwithstanding this might take us just a little bit of time to progress to a point of conclusion, but we have made some sound progress. So just against that backdrop, if you're content, I'll just hand straight over to Katrina. She'll outline some of the work that's ongoing, and between us, we'll be happy to take some questions.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alan. Katrina, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair, and conscious of your comments at the start around all having read and the need for brevity. So there's probably just a few things that I'll highlight and leaves opportunity for any comments or questions. It's just reiterating what Deb Spears has already said around, the Chief and his commitment to review our position as it relates to sex and gender, and as the Deb's mentioned, the establishment of a short life working group, predominantly to focus on a range of areas. But I think we've got to remain cognizant that whilst this is a challenge that society is grappling with, we need to also look through the lens of our role and responsibility as a policing organisation. So, what is the terminology that supports us in understanding the problem that we're trying to solve? And what does that mean in relation to reporting and recording of sex and gender? Those terms often used interchangeably. And what does that mean for us in relation to our operational practice? So what does that look like for our staff in the organisation, and how that will then be felt by those that we serve in our communities? As the DCC has mentioned, we have established that short life working group, and predominantly that group have been looking internally across a number of our business areas to understand what do we need to record and why. Why does sex and gender matter to us from a policing perspective, and what are we recording? And then also looking at what should we be capturing, recording and reporting aligned to our wider values. So looking beyond even our legal and operational responsibilities to what are our values as an organisation. And that short life working group have met a few times now to try and understand and capture that information. And a key part of the work is about our engagement, our participation and the transparency that we're carrying out the work. So again, plans afoot in order to make sure that we are listening to the views across our communities, both within and out with the organisation. And as the Deb's mentioned, we're doing all of that whilst navigating a landscape that continues to change. We know the ongoing discussions and debates that are happening in the Supreme Court and further afield. So all of that will have an impact on this work as it progresses. But the paper predominantly draws out the kind of wider remit around, as I say, terminology, around data recording, about our legal and policy compliance, our operational effectiveness, inclusivity and diversity. So what does it mean for our values? And crucially, the stakeholder engagement and participation. So all of that, as I say, has been taken forward under my leadership with the team, and we are hopeful that certainly as we move and navigate these next weeks and months, we will start to find ourselves in a position where we not only are really clear on our position, but communicate that well. And the final thing I just wanted to say, there's clearly some policies at this moment in time that are particularly critical to this area of work, things like our care and welfare policy, our transition in at work policy, our stop and search. So they're all things that we continue to look at as this work progresses. So I'll pause there for comment, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Katrina. I appreciate you drawing out the salient points there, and I'm opening up to questions, and I see that Katerina has raised her hand. So, Katerina, over to yourself.
That's great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katrina. I really welcome this update. And I've got a couple of questions, but before I do that, I would just really like to give you credit, full credit, for engaging with this topic in such a transparent, logical, dispassionate, and consultative manner as well. I certainly know of no other public body in Scotland or indeed in the UK that is actually engaging, as I say, with this topic in such a transparent manner. And if I maybe just may blow our own horn as well, I know of no other police oversight body that is again engaging in this dialogue. So maybe just sort of credit to all of us, I think, on this one, because at least it, Katrina, as you said, it is an emotive subject, but it is important. And so I think it's really good that we are talking about this publicly, transparently, based on evidence, etc. So really, I think that's a really positive development. And I think it's also entirely consistent with Police Scotland's, aspiration and commitment to being a human rights-led organisation, because at the core of this, it is about balancing and upholding the rights of all the individuals that Police Scotland naturally sort of interacts with. So just really, really credit for that. I suppose I've got three questions. I mean, or sort of broader themes. The first one is you've touched a little bit around sort of the process of this. So just maybe if you could just provide a little bit more around, if you have, any more detail on the timescales for the delivery of this, as to what is your aspiration and how this will be reported to the authority. So that's kind of the first element. The second element, you did mention that plans are to engage with a range of stakeholder organisations and interested parties, and again, just maybe a little bit more detail as to what you have in plan. And thirdly, I suppose today is the 10th of December, which is the International Human Rights Day, quite coincidentally, and the Scottish Human Rights Commission is our national human rights institution, which is there to uphold the rights, human rights in Scotland. In my view, they have been quite noticeably absent from this debate over the last few years. So I was just kind of seeking to see if you are planning on engaging with them and seeking their views and their input into the process, because as I say, in my view so far, I have certainly seen no input from this really important human rights organisation. Thank you.
Thanks for those questions, Katerina. Katrina, over to yourself.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for that. And thank you for your comments and support thus far, Katerina. And again, for the reasons you've mentioned, it is a very emotive subject, and we certainly don't have all the answers as to how we should be approaching this, to make sure not just that what we're doing is best for policing, but actually people understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. So a big part of that is the way in which we go about this review is equally important to show our workings, as it were, and develop that appreciation, if not always agreement. In relation to the timescales, I think I probably would just go back to what I said earlier around, we're not coming from a standing start, and we're not operating on a static environment, and so there's a number of things that we would want to continue to be agile and reflective and sensitive to, and a number of those things, and key decisions like the Supreme Court and other advice and guidance from Scottish Government, who we are engaging with to try and understand plans from their perspective. Those again are things that will impact on our timescales. I suppose the commitment that I can give is certainly that you'll see that there's already been a significant amount of work that has been done to this date. I get a weekly update around the work as we progress, and as I say, we would want to find ourselves in a position that as some of these other areas start to report, then we will be able to align that to the work that we have done as next year, into next year. In terms of the stakeholders, I think the short answer is yes, we will. We want to engage with the Human Rights Commission. We want to engage with anyone who will be able to add a perspective and a viewpoint here, because as I say, this is about demonstrating that we are listening and then coming to the best decision that meets the needs of policing. But to do that, it really is important that we're engaging as wide as possible. So again, we will continue to seek to understand who that would be, but certainly Human Rights Commission will be one of the organisations that we will continue. And by way of further reassurance, we've already sought some human rights advice at this early stage, because whilst we can have legal advice, it's really important that we have specific advice that deals with this subject from those that have detailed knowledge, and we continue to build our knowledge and understanding.
Katerina, I don't know if you wanted to come back in.
No, I really welcome that. Really welcome the update. I think one one further point that I think might be quite helpful actually to do is, I know that you have created a terms of reference, so it would be really helpful potentially if that terms of reference could be made available to members, and potentially made public as well, because again, I appreciate there will be lots of interesting parties who may well, depending on the scope, of how the tour is set out, might want to approach Police Scotland. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Katerina. Chris, do you have some questions? Would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Katrina and Alan for introducing this, and Katerina for her questions so far as well. I agree this is really important to commend the work that's being done. I've had a long-standing interest in it. Keen to, as Katerina has said, to understand precisely the scope and the terms of reference. There's obviously information on that in this report. I thought in particular the framing of the work of the working group at 2.4 seems to capture for me very much the essence of what this review needs to be about, but keen to see the terms of reference. Just in terms of the implementation of the work, I guess there are 2 or 3 things that it would just be useful to hear a little bit more about. One of those is around the construction of the legal framework, and obviously the extent to which that has that will have the flexibility it needs to adapt to outcomes from developments as they occur. The second is around the involvement. I think you've touched on this, Wendy. Human rights consultants, so just some understanding of their credentials, their expertise, what we might expect from them in terms of drawing on the perspectives of others. And again, you've touched on this, but just clarity around the scope of Police Scotland policies, which I guess relates to the point around terms of reference and the remit of the working group and so Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. Katrina?
Yeah, so I suppose, and thanks, Chris, for your comments. I think the point you raise around the construction of a legal framework, well, that's very much part of our focus around our legal and our policy compliance. So it's actually drawing together, you know, what is our legal responsibility, both legislatively, but as you then touch on in your second point, you know, our human rights, and pulling all of that into what will be our legal position in relation to our responsibility as a public sector organisation. So that is very much, and legal are part of that Tri-Life working group, so are continuing to work with us as it relates to the key areas that I spoke about in relation to terminology, data, reporting and recording, and then our operational practice. So very much that continues to be, you know, a piece of work that's in development and won't be reported on until next year, until we've gathered all of that information, advice and guidance. And then similarly, in relation to human rights, again, when we move into the stage, particularly around the one-to-ones and the roundtable discussions and the specific advice, that's on the basis of the work that we'll have done to that point, which is the gathering of all of the information from our internal stakeholders about what we record and why we record it, and why we need to record it in the way that we do, and from that then seeking that advice around, you know, what does that mean from a human rights perspective, and as you know, particularly, I'll go and talk about that later, the children's rights that also feature there as well. So all of that very much in place, Chris, as we continue to develop the work. And as you mentioned around policies, I guess the point that I would want to emphasise around that, whenever you're doing any sort of review, and I think back to my time in public protection, it's not good enough to wait till you get to the end point. It's as you're going along. If there's things that you need to address as you go along, then we absolutely should be doing that. And so I guess I just wanted to give that reassurance that we're really sensitive and attentive to some of our policies which are most likely to be impacted, and continue to look through you know, our scrutinised lens at them as we continue to build our knowledge and understanding. So and that's what the terms of reference draw out, some of the kind of policies that specifically relates to.
Chris?
Yes, thanks very much. And like Katerina, look forward to seeing the terms of reference, and I know we'll continue to take a close further interest in this. Thanks, Wendy.
Okay, does anybody have any further questions for Katrina or for Alan at this point? No. So really, first of all, what I'd like to say is appreciate the commitment that was given at the board meeting and the pace with which Police Scotland are taking this forward. I think you've been commended for the approach that's been taken on this. You know, the importance of the openness and the transparency is something that's been stated strongly, and I would agree with that. You know, it is an emotional area for many, and you have got that responsibility to balance and uphold the rights of all individuals, and your focus is on getting it right and meeting the needs within policing. So all of that, you know, we welcome. It's been asked for as transparency and providing people with the terms of reference that your short life working group is doing. I think that would add to that openness and transparency. And you know, it is an area where there is ongoing work out with Police Scotland, and you've given us the reassurances that you'll be taking cognizance of that and drawing it in at an appropriate stage. So if you share the terms of reference, and we look forward to the progress being made in this area and it being scrutinised through this particular committee, policing performance. Okay. Thank you. And my next question was, has ACC Andy Freeburn joined us, and he's just appeared on my screen, so I appreciate that he has. And I believe you've been chasing about, you know, to make yourself available for us today, because you're elsewhere and you've got other work on today. So appreciate that. And so we'll move on now then to the next item on the agenda, which is an update on live facial recognition timeline update. So it's over to yourself, ACC Andy Freeburn.
Thank you, Chair, and first of all, I thank you for facilitating me with this slot. I've been over at the cross-border crime conference in Ireland with Garda Síochána and the PSNI, so thank you for facilitating me. And today's really just about introducing this short paper. It's a statement of intent, really, on how we wish to proceed with a national conversation of lifetime facial recognition. And the committee will know that this technology is being used already in some forces in the UK. And we have watched that with great interest, but it doesn't necessarily follow that it's right for Scotland. And I think that that is the beauty of local policing. We wish to understand the views of the Scottish public and key stakeholders such as the Authority, the Biometrics Commissioner and the Equality and Human Rights Commission. And we're aware that there are legitimate ethical and human rights concerns about the use of this technology. But we also know that by embracing new technologies, we may actually be able to be better at keeping the public safe. And that's our statutory duty. So we don't want to be risk averse, but it's about trying to strike that balance of the standards and the safeguards. So I think we've been in the foothills of this work throughout the year. We've been looking at lifetime facial recognition technology and its use across policing. I've made some media commentary on that throughout the year. And indeed, we had a fantastic tripartite biometrics conference in June of this year with the Authority, the Biometrics Commissioner and ourselves. We've now established a terms of reference, which will be led within my portfolio. And this will involve a range of policing disciplines, key stakeholders, including critical friends from policing and academia. And we've developed this into a plan of work, and you will see at Appendix B how we intend to flow through recognising the types of cases it might be used for. We want to identify the legal and ethical considerations, how we benchmark ourselves. We want to be able to communicate and engage with the public and stakeholders to reach a proposal. And to be absolutely clear, Chair, that proposal might be that we don't undertake this technology. We want to approach this with a completely open mind. So finally, Chair, it's really just to thank the Authority and this committee in particular for all of the scrutiny and support to date. I think we are building on the firm foundations of the rights-based pathway, which you will recall I launched through this committee, and that set new standards and safeguards on how we would introduce new technologies to Scotland. And you'll recall how we launched the Child Abuse Image Database facial matching software through this committee as a worked example last year. And I think the landscape continues to be more complex. It's not just about the operational need for technology on my side of the house, it's how we link that with our technology infrastructure and particularly our data considerations. And I know at the last board meeting, Deputy Smith talked about how this would be coordinated through her portfolio, and the Chair, Martin Evans, set out a very useful strategic direction on this, I thought. So we will, of course, bring you regular updates as this work proceeds. I appreciate that some timelines would be really useful for the committee. We have a meeting with Scott Ross tomorrow on how we shape this, and we will provide that information to the committee once finalised. And thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions.
No, thank you. I've got a few, not sure if they're questions or statements for clarification, but before I do that, does anybody else have anything they want to come in? Tom?
Thanks, Chair. So really I'm appreciative of the consultative approach that's been taken. And there are other policing organisations that operate in Scotland. I'm thinking specifically of British Transport Police. There's obviously Ministry of Defence Police, there's obviously Civil Nuclear Police. How do they get involved in, if this is to be for Scotland, how do you include them? And you've brought in Park and other key partners, but it's specific to those other policing organisations, Scott. How do you bring them into that tent, so to speak?
I mean, it's a really good question. I mean, I think we just need to open it up as kind of wide as possible. I mean, those are voices that we will want to listen to and involve as part of our communication. So, I mean, what we have at the moment is a very broad plan of work, and we've outlined the phases. But, you know, identifying all of those kind of key stakeholders, as you've outlined, will be really, really important. And so that will be included.
Specifically, British Transport Police, as you know, are actively looking at drone technology in Scotland, so I think they're a key consideration.
Agreed, no, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Tom. And I'm going to give you just a quick heads up. Once I've asked my questions, we've actually got a question for, don't want to ambush you. We've got a question for you from an earlier item.
Okay.
But you obviously been the lead on it. Chris had asked a question earlier about policing in a digital world within the 3-year action plan, and it looks like it's slightly behind schedule, you know, in terms of the progress that's being made. So I'll come back to that, give you a wee chance to think about it, but I'll ask my questions now, if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay, I mean the first time, the first thing really is to welcome the formation of the group and the provision of a roadmap to assist its journey, and also the phase 1 terms of reference. What I'd like to know is how the evidence of the national conversation will be pulled together prior to the creation of the policy position. And it may be helpful for us at some point, you know, when you've pulled all that evidence together, to provide the evidence report prior to the production of the policy to this committee. So that's really my first question to you.
No, well, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think that's probably the way forward to bring it all together in one place and make it kind of publicly available. I mean, I think it was really helpful. I mentioned in my input, I mean, the chair, Martin Evans, has set out a strategic direction on this. And again, I think that's been really helpful in showing how, you know, that we do wish to embrace, you know, kind of full kind of public views on this, key stakeholders viewing this, challenge from academia, critical friends from other types of policing. So, I mean, a very kind of broad piece of work. But if understanding your question right, I do think that needs to come together into a single central report, and really happy to kind of lay that before this committee and for it to be kind of discussed publicly as well.
Yeah, well, appreciate that. And then just a final question from me. It's just about capacity. You know, you've got confidence that this will be delivered within the timescales, and you're going to put a timeline out. But my understanding is that, you know, the people that are involved in the short life working group have also got you know, a lot of other responsibilities and commitments. Are you confident, given that we're not going to find delays in this process?
Well, I think, I mean, that's why we don't have a timeline today, Chair. We do want to specifically look at and, you know, and not sort of, you know, overpromise and underdeliver. So, I mean, those conversations are happening. I'm meeting Scott along with Deputy Smith tomorrow to have a kind of very realistic look at that. I mean, I have a new head of intelligence, Raymond Higgins, who's arrived in kind of brand new. I think he will bring, you know, great dynamism to that, and he will be leading that short life working group. So we're still trying to work out the timelines. It is an incredible kind of piece of work. I mean, we will want to do this at pace because I think it is a question that is hanging, particularly my earlier point around, you know, when does this tip to a stage of actually Scotland needs this to keep the people of Scotland safe? When does that actually tip? So we can't keep running this for, you know, years to kind of work out our position on this. We will want a short a timeline as possible, but also to do it right and to take some kind of time to hear all those voices. So we are working out that timeline, and I would say by the next committee chair, we will have a much fuller kind of understanding and appreciation of that.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you know, your sentiment there and the approach that you're taking. So, is there any final questions on live facial recognition? If not, can I go back to, without, and apologies, but it was a question that Chris had asked earlier when we were looking at the 3-year business plan, and it's just, you know, it relates to, it looks like policing in a digital world, so some of the milestones that you've got, you're not quite there where you would hope to be. Is that the case, and what's the reason for it? Is that just your question, Chris?
Was there so there's a number of different strands to that, Chair. Was it on the FCRAS? Was it specifically on the fraud piece, or more in general?
Tina's going to come in and help clarify.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. So it was in relation to the 3-year business plan, that one of the updates that we've got on page 27, so just the bottom of the page. So it's down as purple, which means it is in progress, but not on track to deliver in year. And it was in relation to invest in capabilities outlined within our policing in a digital world work streams to better prevent, protect, prepare and pursue cybercrime, including police cyber alarm. So there was a substantial update within the report itself, talking about successful delivery of digital evidence dogs and digital forensics across Scotland, and a little bit of information around the launch of the cyber alarm as a capability. So it was just to get a little bit more insight into why that's potentially pushing out, albeit bearing in mind we will come back out to yourself for an update at year end, which could see a change and a shift in positions at that point.
No, thank
you
very
much for that, Tina. Hopefully that's provided you with the clarity that I didn't, Andy, in terms of the question.
No, thank you, Chair. I mean, I guess I suppose it's a single kind of colour rating across multiple different strands of a project. So I mean, we have had a really successful year in that we have delivered cyber, you know, the digital dogs, we've delivered the digital vans, we've delivered the cyber alarm. So the police cyber alarm is up and running and now has about 100 organisations across Scotland have joined that. So I mean, those are all going kind of exceptionally well. The cyber choices, the kind of preventative work is a bit slower, but I do think we will get on track with that. But the big flagship programme, which I think probably has the greatest impact on that kind of colour performance rating, is our fraud piece. And we would have liked to have been further on, but I mean, the biggest reason for that is City of London, who were leading in this. They were meant to have this implemented back in April and they experienced nearly a year slippage. So we can't go before them. Now we are working really, really closely with them. And in fact, we have what's called a sprint lined up between now and the end of the year, where City of London colleagues are going to help us of just make sure that our plan's in place and try to get us kind of back into being able to join as soon as possible after City of London do that. So I suppose that the colour represents multiple different, I guess, project strands, but the biggest one experiencing the slippage is that that fraud hub that we really in desperate need of. We know that we're getting 50 of them a day within Scotland. That's our kind of #1 crime, and it will resolve many, many of the issues.
Thanks for that, Andy. Chris, does that satisfy your question? If you and you come.
Yeah, if it does. Sorry, I was struggling to find the right button a second or two ago. Yes. Thanks very much. That does provide the clarity I was looking for in terms of the colour purple. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, any final questions for Andy? Okay, so just to reiterate our thanks. Appreciate that you're across the island of Ireland at the moment, and doing really important work over there, and collaborating with our colleagues. So thanks for finding the time to come along today. Apologies for the ambush, but yeah, you answered that question very well. And in relation to live facial recognition, we look forward to receiving that timeline. We really support the approach on it, and I suppose the caution is we need to make sure that it is resourced properly to deliver. Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we're just coming up to 1:10. I'm sure everybody would appreciate a lunch break. So would 30 minutes be okay for everybody? Okay, so that means if everybody can be back here at 20 to 2, that would be great. Thank you very much. 13:40. Hopefully everybody is feeling suitably refreshed after lunch, and we'll move on to the second part of our day and on to the next item in the agenda, which is 3.1, which is Police Scotland's response to mental health distress. And I see on my screen I have Chief Superintendent Matt Payden, who's going to lead us through this paper. So Matt, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to present an update on Police Scotland's response to mental health distress. So I'll try and pick out the salient points, Chair, of the paper.
Thank you.
And as previously reported, the Mental Health Task Force have been instrumental in driving forward a range of work in this space, along with key partners. There's a massive amount of work underway in conjunction with some of the key stakeholders. And I'm pleased to say it's beginning to reduce demand and additionally supporting and equipping frontline officers through a whole system approach, person-centred approach. But there remains still a considerable amount of work to complete. However, to provide members with reassurance, there is real strong momentum across the partnership underway. So, as you know, the thematic review of policing undertaken in Mental Health Policing 2023 outlined this multifaceted, complex nature and made 14 recommendations in total for Police Scotland and other bodies at the time. So we've highlighted some of the key recommendations in terms of some of the important updates, although the fuller updates have been reported through previous committees. So the first, Chair, that I'll pick out is the recommendation 7, which is the training needs analysis recommendation, and that was at Police Scotland conduct that full training needs analysis for mental health. And since that time, the training needs analysis has been completed to ensure that our officers are empowered in this space in dealing with mental health related incidents. And that was presented to the board, the Mental Health Strategic Oversight Board, chaired by Deb Spears, on the 30th of October and approved for progression. So since that time, there's been active activity taking that forward in this space, and a workshop was held on the 14th of November to look at a timeline model of training, and as we move into 2025, what that will look like in terms of timescales and delivery models, and it's due for further presentation and consideration by Deb Spears at the Strategic Oversight Board, which he will chair in January. So moving through to recommendation number 9, which was in respect of places of safety and recording of those across the organisation to ensure that there was a consistency there. So again, there's a number of improvements and amendments being made to the mental health and place of safety SOP, and that takes into cognizance a range of the points which were raised through the HMICS report. So that's now an advanced stage of development. Recommendation 10 relates to the measure of demand and what that picture looks like for policing within the mental health space. So some developments, Chair, in respect to that, we've formally adopted through the new governance structures, the NPCC definition of a mental health incident, which you'll see outlined in the report. That definition allows for precise data capture. There was a short life working group stood up, and that has now carried out the necessary work, and we're in line to share the relevant performance data in relation to the mental health space as we move forward into 2025. That is now running with the consistent adoption of the definition, and is closely aligned to Scottish Government's terminology, who we work with through the short life working group as well. So we're able to measure performance and indeed grow the dashboard as is deemed necessary moving forward into 2025. Recommendation 11 in relation to the psychiatric emergency plans. Again, you'll see the range of activity underway through the fortnightly meetings and the active review across all of the relevant divisional and NHS board areas in relation to ensuring not only consistency of approach, but practice as well through each of the NHS boards. Positive update in respect to recommendation 13, which is BTP access to IVPD. Information sharing agreement was approved, and the current go live date is in 7 days' time, when BTP will have access for the first time to IVPD. So good progress being made in respect of some of the key HMICS recommendations there. To touch upon then some of the other key updates aside from HMICS, Chair, we've got the framework for collaboration. It's been developed by the Partnership Delivery Group, which the Mental Health Task Force are an active member on, along with a range of other key stakeholders. And we've been devising the framework for collaboration, which for the first time sets out that whole system collaborative approach to people in mental health distress, and over and above that, it sets a range of collaborative commitments within the action plan itself. That was endorsed internally by Deb Spears on the 30th of October, and is due for clearance for ministerial sign-off coming into December into January next year. Some of the key aspects of the Partnership Delivery Group broken down into thematic areas. It focuses in on communication, the improved transfer of care between partners. It looks at building capacity and capability, as well in that data capture, and importantly, strengthening community-based provisions that currently exist in some areas across Scotland. And the commitments will be progressed over it's a 3-year plan from 25 to 28, and will be monitored through a range of governance structures, including this committee itself. The mental health pathway, we'll move on to that next, Chair. So, as you know, Scottish Government funded collaboration between Police Scotland, NHS 24, Scottish Ambulance Service, and in essence, it enables C3 personnel who have now been fully trained in referring people in crisis who meet a certain criteria through to NHS 24 for more appropriate care and interventions, and thus negating the need for frontline officers responding to a person in crisis, which we know can, on occasion, exacerbate their condition. And every month, there are growing numbers of individuals who are in crisis being diverted through that pathway to NHS 24. And just to give a comparison, June 24, there was 143, October 24, 291 individuals. And every month that continues to increase through some of the quality assurance mechanisms that we're embedding in practice. And as is outlined at 3.23, we're moving into phase 4, which provides a really strong focus in on high intensity users, complex needs, to ensure that as a multi-agency, we're approaching that and ensuring the correct pathways are followed, and indeed safety planning's in place. Distress brief interventions touched upon there in terms of the level of training which has been rolled out not only to police officers but across the third sector, to ensure that follow-up interventions are provided where appropriate. And pleased to highlight that the ministerial event that the ACC Peyton attended on the 26th of November, and really a lot of significant positive media coverage in relation to the progress made on DBI. And finally, Chair, I'll touch upon the mental health index, again derived through the strong work of the Partnership Delivery Group and support through Scottish Government, essentially to formalise a consistent approach to community triage. So this is where frontline officers are deployed, because it meets that criteria and a person's in distress. And it provides training, it's provided PDA access to the mental health index, which allows frontline officers to gain immediate support from the relevant NHS board and individual within their area to support and provide guidance in relation to the best supports that possible to a person in mental health crisis. And again, we're closely monitoring that through the Mental Health Task Force to ensure that it's fully embedded in practice, but real positive feedback from frontline officers thus far. And we've recently commissioned Progressive to carry out some independent evaluation of the mental health index, so we can build on further the success of that moving forward. And finally, Chair, you'll see some of the research work that has recently been commissioned under 3.5, which is underway across the various areas. One looking at the socio-demographic characteristics and our interventions in that space, and also really importantly the cyber award recently in terms of the good practice and transfer of care. We know that continues to be both an issue for people in distress and for frontline officers and the Scottish Ambulance Service in terms of that demand. So again, awarded, but and then we're not awaiting the outcome of that. That's being commissioned, but in the meantime, we continue to explore other opportunities to seek better alternatives within the current model. So the Chair touched upon probably some of the key headlines of the work that are underway. By no means covers everything in terms of the task force work, but hopefully gives some insight and some assurance in relation to some of the timescales for delivery and some of the progress being made in respect of the HMICS recommendations. But happy to answer any questions that may be there.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Matt. Appreciate the update for a really, important, significant piece of work that's been undertaken by Police Scotland in conjunction with its partners. Can I open this up for questions? And I see that Mary Pitcaithley has raised her hand. Mary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just echo your comments there about the range of work that's been done and the comprehensive nature of this update, which is really helpful. And what the authority wants to know in a situation like this is that all of the recommendations which HMICS gave us are in hand, they're being dealt with, they can be delivered within the timescales committed. And I think I take that from what you say, but I'm sure Mr. Naylor will tell us if that's not the case. But I think we're aware of a whole range of work being done and progress being made. So that's really helpful. One question I had was in relation to a mental health dashboard, which I seem to recall being mentioned in previous reports. And that was something that I think was due to be in place by the end of this year. So maybe update me on that. And another question I had related to the timescale for delivery of the training plans and products that are referenced in your report. Just to have an assurance that those are in hand and will be available when required.
Yep. Well,
thanks, Mary.
Thanks for the questions and the support also. So in terms of the demand in the dashboard, that was covered under 2.1.3, or perhaps could expand upon it. So the dashboard has been subject to ongoing recalibration through that short life working group, and it's involved engagement with relevant internal partners, but also externally through Scottish Government and other partners to ensure that some of the methodology, some of the definition, there's a consistency there to that approach. So I'm pleased to say that has now gone live, and we will be able to report some of the key performance measures moving forward through the next cycle of governance. In terms of training needs, a massive amount of work undertaking the training needs analysis. And again, that model of delivery is due for a report at Deb Spears' Strategic Oversight Group, which he's chairing at the end of January, in relation to the key elements of that and the timescale for delivery, which will be through 2025, but it's ensuring that it's consistent and taking into cognizance some of the other training areas that are currently being delivered across the broader landscape just now within Police Scotland.
Thank you very much. I think I'm confident, based on your report and presentation, Chief Superintendent, that all of these matters are in place, and that's, I think, absolutely critical given the importance of this work. So thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary. I see that the Chief Inspector has raised his hand. So, Craig, over to yourself.
Yeah, thanks very much. Chief Superintendent Payton and his team are doing a very good job on this, alongside colleagues across both health and Scottish Government and elsewhere. So I've got to say, take my hat off to him. It's a very, very difficult area of business. It's one that he's driving with some real determination, and we look forward to seeing some of the outcomes. But the progress that we've seen so far, we're very, very pleased with. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, and that's really good to hear. You know, you're commending the work that's been undertaken, Craig, and that recognition is complex, it's difficult, it involves, you know, many partners, it involves vulnerable people, and it's a big stressor for police officers. You know, so it's a complex area. So it's good to hear that. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a comment. It's just to say thanks. It was lovely to meet you, Matt, at a recent event in Cosla when we had a community justice event, and Matt took the time to explain this to colleagues, the approach taken here. But just this is a really sensitive, really challenging area of work, a challenging time for everybody involved. Yeah. But just to say thank you for all you've done, and just to assure folk that we've been through Cosla governance, both with the Community Wellbeing Board and with the Health and Social Care Board recently. So all the senior appropriate councillors are cited on this and understand the process that's going through. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, it's good to see that as well, that recognition and that involvement through COSLA and their links into local communities and other agencies. So thank you for that. Any final questions for Matt? No. Really appreciate the update. It sounds like really solid progress is being made. Timely progress. I know there's no complacency here. You know, the complexity and the amount of work that's still to be done is a challenge. But if you continue along this route, we look forward to hearing about further success and future progress. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Chair, and thanks for all the continued support across the partnership as well.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving now on to 3.2, which is the COSLA update report, which I have Councillor Maureen Chalmers, and she's supported, I'm not sure if Anil Gupta's there, I know she's been delayed. But over to yourself, Maureen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if Anil's been able to make it. We've got a wee capacity issue, I think, in COSLA at the moment. There's so much going on. It's a busy time of year for us. But thank you, and thanks again for allowing me to be here and to present this report. Since we last met, there's been a lot of ongoing work between the partnership towards the partnership delivery plan that demonstrates the strength of collaboration between COSLA, Police Scotland and the SPA. I'm looking forward to a mid-year meeting with the Chief Constable, Martin Evans, and the COSLA President myself on the 23rd of January, where we can reflect on all the work that has progressed in the last year and look at our priorities ahead. As I referenced earlier, we had a community justice event on the 14th of October. So you'll see from our paper that it was a successful event for elected members and Community Justice Scotland board members. This event came about as an action from our Justice Conveners meeting in March this year, and we were really pleased to take it forward jointly with the CGS. The focus was on the key challenges and opportunities in community justice, and you'll know there are plenty at the moment, and to explore local government's contribution to preventing offending and reducing the prison population through strengthened partnership working. We were delighted to welcome the Cabinet Secretary, who joined us on a hybrid link to update delegates on proposals for prisoner release legislation. We then had excellent presentation and a Q&A panel with Community Justice Scotland, ALATRO, which is the Chief Housing Officers Organisation, the SOLD Network, which was people with lived experience who also have learning disability, and People First, and Police Scotland, and that was Chief Superintendent Patton, as I said earlier. As we move towards shifting the balance from custody to community, having opportunities like this to explore the key issues, challenges and opportunities are more important than ever. We also, as you referenced earlier on, Chair, had the Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum last month, and we had excellent attendance from conveners and member leads across Scotland. The session brought about good discussion on Police Scotland 2030 vision and 3-year business plan, the proposed Police Scotland budget and the Estates Master Plan, as well as mental health distress. We were also delighted to be joined by Craig Naylor, who's here today as well. So it was lovely to see you, Craig, at a meeting, and I know that members really appreciated that, from HMICS. And Craig provided an update on the work and the development of the next scrutiny plan. Members provided quite a lot of feedback during the session and were also encouraged to complete the questionnaire, which closed last week. Finally, the Prisoners Early Release Scotland Bill, is an update on our work in this. I'm sure I don't need to provide further detail on the bill, given how live this is with all justice partners right now. You'll be aware the bill passed through the Parliament on the 26th of November, and now all partners are working together to prepare for the implementation of the bill. Our officers at COSLA worked closely with the Scottish Government and partners during the drafting of the bill and in relation to the financial memorandum. This work is continuing and we'll need to monitor the impact on local government very carefully. The paper mentions working together in preparation for the proposed secondary legislation. Just to update on this, there is no intention at this time for the secondary legislation to progress. If and when the decision is made to take the provision forward, COSLA partners will be given notice and again the opportunity to work in partnership for its preparation. Thank you, Chair. That's me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Chalmers. Appreciate your update as always, and I'll open it up to questions. And I see that Tom Halpin has raised his hand.
Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. And I suppose my question is around that coming together of community justice partners and the conversation there, and the wide range of discussions that there would be there. And in terms of your own experience now engaging with the committee here and the broad range of policing activities, are there other areas of activity that Police Scotland should be engaging in that broader community justice Scotland agenda that would enable us to look at where else we should be focusing resources?
Well, Tom, actually most places I go, Police Scotland are there. There's someone there. We seem to be working across such a wide range of work, you know, and I seem to know quite a lot more senior police officers than I do in other public bodies, to be quite honest, which is good, which is great. I think the mental health distress, I mean, Matt was saying earlier, that was kind of, people were really keen to know more about that. And I think I'm right in saying that Mary asked me a question when I attended the board around, oh no, it was another colleague asked about the learning work with people with neurodiversity or learning disability. And again, it was excellent that day to hear from people with learning disability. So maybe those kinds of areas, that kind of where we could work together to best support people in that space within the criminal justice system, that might be helpful to do more around, because I think that was to me opening up a conversation that day rather than ongoing work. So that might be helpful, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Chris?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Chalmers. Really pleased to see the role that the authority is playing in the conveners forum, and you helpfully, Councillor Chalmers, provided some indication of the breadth of the coverage of discussions that took place on the 21st of November. I'd be interested to hear both from yourself and Councillor Chalmers and from you, Chair, as to whether or not any further particular reflections on those discussions.
Yeah, Councillor Chalmers first.
So I think I know the police conveners really appreciate the importance given by the authority to this and by Police Scotland. We always have either the chair or yourself, Alistair, isn't it? Normally, I think, Tom, you've been there as well, haven't you? So I think always a senior member of the authority and senior staff, as well as, I mean, it was Deputy Jane Connors who came to the last meeting, so again, senior representation from Police Scotland. So conveners really, really do appreciate that. So I think if you look across Scotland, there are all different, as there are different local authorities, so there's all different kind of mechanisms for police scrutiny. And I think we're still working really hard and making sure that that works for everyone. And I think that's what we're constantly trying to improve, is the experience of local conveners and local members, but also the relationship between Police Scotland locally and the local authority members.
Thanks for that. And, you know, from my perspective, when the Police and Fire Reform Act 2012 came in, a crucial part of ensuring that policing is thought of not just as a national asset, but is also considered to be a public service that delivers locally, was the statutory status that was given to the local scrutiny panels, local scrutiny committees, and the conveners of those. And for me, when I went along to the meeting, I did take a huge amount of reassurance from the fact that so many of the issues that are being highlighted and raised, and when I say issues, there's a lot of positivity coming out there for the work that's being done by Police Scotland at a local level, but there's also areas where they're seeking improvement at a strategic, at a national level. We are by and large focusing on those areas. So to hear that focus is actually then feeding its way down through the organisation and is actually making a difference or being considered at a local level, that took a huge amount of reassurance that the levels of scrutiny that are in place across Scotland are working. It's another, for me, extremely useful voice of people. These are locally elected people who absolutely have the ear of their communities. So to get the opportunity to hear that, to get fed back up into the organisation, to use this committee as a platform to consider local levels within a national context, that's what I found the most useful of it. And as I said, the fact that you know, everything that was raised, I know is under active consideration within Police Scotland and its various levels of management.
I
So
think the
hopefully
other
that
thing
helps you, Chris.
Yeah, I think the other thing comes up regularly, Alison, as you'll be aware, is resources, because that's what challenge, you know, how we work together, how effective that is, how we can make the best of our resources collectively is always a kind of challenging bit at the moment. So particularly when you see how many, you know, just the reports we're having today and the same things come forward in local government, when you see the work we've got to do and the demands on us as public bodies, then that's really important to be able to share that openly about our use of resources, both locally and nationally.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tripartite agreement has been excellent, and the recognition that not just one agency, you know, can deal with some of the asks, the needs, the challenges within communities, and you know, although the money is divided up amongst different agencies, we've got different statutory responsibilities. At the end of the day, it's public money. It belongs to the people, and how that is collectively best spent to deliver maximum impact. That's the type of conversation I think that came through at the Scrutiny Conveners Forum. Hopefully that's helpful, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to both of you. It's reassuring. It's also heartening, notwithstanding the huge challenges involved. And I think, as you said yourself, Chair, it's that combination of leadership, strategic leadership from the top that has real traction with local conversations, local scrutiny, local delivery that will help us to make progress across a whole range of areas. Thank you.
Yeah. And Mary, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for another positive report, and also the dialogue we've had over this item just now, I think for me highlights the importance not just of the kind of mechanisms that we have for working together, but the relationships that we've got, both at that strategic level and at the local level. I think they're very important when you're trying to deliver some of these really challenging issues. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask a question about the early release of prisoners, and I did ask you a question, Councillor, at the board about this, and we were thinking then about the impact on local government and on hard-pressed criminal justice social work teams and housing teams, and I'm sure that pressure has not receded in any way, and hopefully it's not got too much more of a pressure. But my question today is not so much about the impact on local government, because I know that you'll keep us up to date on that, but my question is about the impact of this legislation on Police Scotland. So if one of the colleagues from Police Scotland might bring us up to date on that. It's obviously important that we currently are aware of what the pressure is, but also how we're going to monitor that over time.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Mary. I don't know who wants to respond to this. DCC Spears?
Yeah, I think process of elimination, Chair. Wendy would have been the perfect person to have answered this had she still been here. There's a couple of different elements that we're working through, and obviously we've seen the first iteration of release, and obviously there's still some dialogue about future releases and the implications for that. And I think, like others, we're looking closely at some of the data, not only in Scotland but across the UK, in terms of reoffended levels and the frequency in which people can then be back into custody and back into prison, and those figures across the UK have been relatively high. I think thus far we're just working through that. The numbers haven't been hugely significant in terms of release. I'm also really conscious that when you look at prison numbers, they remain really close to capacity. So even the little that's been done is probably not going to be sufficient in the longer term. So again, we are working closely through that, and probably we could find a mechanism over the coming weeks to provide board members with a further update, and I'm happy to link in with Wendy and get you that detail.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I expect we'll get regular updates because, as you say, DCC, this is not going to go away. It's a work in progress. Thank you.
Yeah, important question, Mary. Thank you for that. And Alan, we appreciate the offer to bring further updates as this policy, the need behind this policy, as it impacts within Police Scotland and beyond. Okay, anybody got any more questions for Councillor Chalmers? No? Okay, Maureen, thank you very much for the update. It was much appreciated. We move on to item 3.3, which is the Community Confidence Action Research. It's the final report on this. We were due to have Amanda Coulthard speaking to this, but unfortunately Amanda is unwell and unable to attend today. But our colleague Martin Smith is going to speak to this paper. So Martin, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the committee members. The Community Confidence Action Research Project has been a collaboration between the authority and Police Scotland, and the project has been running for 3 years, and the report today is really a culmination of the activity across that 3-year period that has taken place in 4 communities across Scotland, going back to 2021. As it states in the cover paper, the project has been reported to this committee on 2 previous occasions, most recently in March of this year, when we were just winding down the fieldwork component in one of I think the 4th locality at that point. Just as a recap, the project aimed to better understand what helps to build confidence in the police in local communities on a day-to-day level. Also aimed to raise awareness among local people about what modern policing demand entails, especially policing in the private space and in the digital space. Also to understand what communities themselves regard as small-scale initiatives that could help to build confidence in the police. And the final 4th aim is to develop and test an engagement model that the police and their local partners may want to adapt in the future as well. So the detailed final report describes the engagement approach taken throughout the project in each of the 4 communities, and concludes with a summary of the main insights that have arisen, observations along the way, and also the learning from the project and the reflections of the project team. It's quite a lengthy report. It does contain an executive summary which covers all of those main components. I should point out that if you are looking for more detail, or anyone is looking for more detail, the Police Authority's website, we've got a specific page on this project. I think there are over 16 reports covering the 4 different areas across the life cycle of the project. And there's a link to that website within the actual paper. I think before I sum up this sort of introduction, I think we should remember that most people in Scotland do have high or medium confidence in the police. We see this from a range of different pieces of survey data and information and evidence, and trust levels are also very high. And what we found in this research project is that there is generally a very high level of trust in the police, and people are very positive about the work that their local policing officers are trying to do in their communities. Essentially, we were not detecting anti-policing sentiment or poor police-community relations, but rather a call for more policing, and policing that's more connected and embedded in the life of communities and more participative in nature. In terms of the next steps for the project, staff within the authority, we're organising a final event where we'll launch this report. That event's going to be online and taking place in February. I think it's February the 27th. And at that event, we'll bring together local police. We'll invite members of the local policing service review team as well, and local stakeholders can come together to reflect on the findings in much greater depth, and also explore really the opportunities for how the insights and learning can be translated into positive action as well. We'll also continue to promote the project as a team through attendance at conferences and other knowledge exchange events over the course of the next 15 months. Before I stop, I've got Dr. Jennifer Galbraith, one of my colleagues at the SPA, on the call. Jennifer led much of the day-to-day running of the project over the last, well, for 2 of the last 3 years. And she may want to come in on any points that we discuss. We've also got Mr. Halpin, of course, on the call, and Mr. Halpin has chaired the steering group for the project for the last sort of 15 months or so. And I'd just like to express my thanks and gratitude as well for the very warm welcome we received and the hospitality we received from the 4 communities that we worked in across Scotland, as well as for everybody's time and contributions. I'll stop there. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much, Martin, for running through the highlights of a very comprehensive piece of work and a comprehensive closing report. So with that, I'll open it up to questions, and I see that Katrina, you'd like to come in on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Martin, for presenting. Chair, just to echo your comments as well. Yeah, I think it's a very comprehensive report. It does kind of demonstrate, you know, it's the culmination of quite a long ongoing project, and it's really good to kind of have it all in one final report. So really good. And I would also like to just to thank and acknowledge the contributions of all the local people, local authorities, community groups, and basically members of the community who have really contributed to that, because without their support to the project, we wouldn't have the report and we wouldn't have these insights. But you know, from my perspective, I suppose my question is more for Police Scotland, because in order to make sure that this isn't just an academic piece of work, I wonder how the evidence and the insights that were gathered, how they will potentially inform the approach to enhancing the model for community policing in Scotland, you know, particularly around the local police being more visible, more connected with their communities. So really keen to see how the academic insights are being translated into practical enhancements.
Thank you for that. Alan, maybe by a process of elimination again? Oh, no, you've been given a slight reprieve because Katrina's coming on this. Katrina?
A slight reprieve, maybe not a better one, but I suppose just a couple of things. I wouldn't want to speak necessarily for ACC mayors, it seems to be the theme of the day. He certainly would have been a really good one to speak to in relation to this work, because it very much aligns to the local policing service delivery review and our new model of community policing across our divisions. I suppose the other thing, though, that I would just want to highlight, as some of you on the call will know, part of our Policing Together programme, one of the key pillars that we now have is about communities. So how are we connecting with our communities internally and externally? And so this report, once I've read, I haven't read in detail, will certainly start to inform the work, both from a Policing Together perspective, but also aligned to the work that Tim's leading around our service delivery review.
Thanks for that, Katrina. Appreciate that. Anybody else got any further questions? Just a comment from me, and then I'll invite Tom to come in, you know, just to make a final comment from the board perspective, because obviously you highlighted he's sort of helped steer this over the last 15 months from a board perspective. I think your comments, Martin, about that there isn't a lot of anti-policing sentiment out there. It's the opposite. People are supportive. That what they want actually is more policing, and it always strikes me that if you ask the question, what is public value, the answer to it is always what the public value. You know, and it's not always what they are given, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what the public value is actually what they really need. So sometimes there's a communication gap in there. There's an education need in there. You know, so I just wonder if you got any insights into that at all as you went through this work, Martin.
Yes, we did actually. As part of some of the community conversations, the local policing teams provided an overview of all the different sort of demands which take place within the local communities, and people were actually quite surprised to see how much time is spent safeguarding vulnerable people, searching for missing people, dealing with mental health crisis, as well as things like cyber and also private space, criminality, domestic abuse, child protection, things which the police aren't able to, for obvious reasons, broadcast on social media in the way that the police previously could communicate with communities in more detail about things like car crime or housebreaking. And I think once people saw that, I think the initial expectations or demands for things like Bobby on the beat or officers walking down the street to keep people safe actually starts to go away a bit, because people actually realise that a lot of work takes place which is perhaps more effective at keeping people safe. And I think when you bring that sort of educational piece together, I think that's where you can start to not manage expectations, but inform expectations, I suppose is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, we did get those observations.
Yeah, thanks for that, Martin. And I see your colleague Jenny Galbraith wants to come in on this. Jenny?
Thank you, Chair. Just to kind of add to that as well, you could definitely see a marked difference in how people would react, particularly at our community conversations, when you would get a local inspector talking about work that was ongoing in the area. And you could see a massive marked difference between the beginning of that conversation and the end, when people realised just how much work was underway in their communities that they weren't necessarily aware of.
Yeah, thank you for that. Martin, you still have your hand up. I don't know if it's just a legacy hand. So could I invite Tom to come in just to tie this all together for us?
Okay, thank you. Truly, it's been a privilege myself to be able to see this bit of research, action research, go through its period in place, and I commend all that are present today and others who worked on it. Remember, the origins of this goes back into the fact, just a fact that confidence in policing tends to be lower in those communities that suffer or experience greater levels of deprivation. And these sites that were chosen deliberately were to represent broader Scotland. So they went to Wick, they went to Leathern, they went to Leavenmouth, out with the normal central belt that you hear. And the engagement definitely showed that the more you have those community conversations and people understand exactly what the police are doing or can do or why they're not doing, then confidence rises. And the research has resulted in a toolkit which can be used in divisions. And the final reflection I've got is this was very much about involving the local policing teams in that research. And in fact, Policing Together as a division, as Kat and her team will know, we're very deeply involved and supportive of it. And it's as much their research as it is SPA's. And it's a local division research as well. So it's a really good example of action research in place. And I think this starts under the Joint Research and Evidence Forum umbrella, way ahead in terms of how we look at what communities need locally and how we make sure that that's a thoughtful way. So I commend this work to everyone.
Thanks for that, Tom. I think you summed it up perfectly for us there. And, you know, the question that Katerina asked around how do we then translate this into meaningful action, that seems to be embedded in the approach, but that is what is needed so that this really does add genuine value, you know, for the communities served across Scotland. Okay, any final questions or comments? Okay, thanks very much, and just echo my thanks to everybody that's been involved in this work. Okay, so moving on now to item 3.4, 3.41, the Corporate Parenting Plan 24 to 27, and it's Assistant Chief Constable Katrina Payton who's going to speak to this.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, same as before, I'll just draw out a couple of highlights, taking as read that everyone has read the paper and the accompanying plans, either the longer or shorter version. But just to highlight, of course, we all know our responsibilities under the Children and Young People Act of 2014 as corporate parents, and what that means for us in practice around certainly having a wider awareness of the adversity that care experienced children will have, and our need to assess those needs when considering services, promoting their interests, providing opportunities and taking actions to improve our practice, and doing all that in a collaborative way. So the paper pretty much lays out what we have done in preparation for our new corporate parenting plan. So with that statutory responsibility comes the responsibility to lay out our vision and commitments and our progress towards them. And with us having come towards the end of our previous plan for 21 to 24, which we'll be reporting imminently to Scottish Government, we, along with others, including obviously SPA, had a responsibility to create our next 3-year plan. The paper in the main, beyond what our actual plan says, the important part is how have we come by the details that are captured in that plan, and it lays out the engagement and the participation process that we've done as an organisation to make sure that the voices of children and young people with care experience are the voice that we hear the loudest, and the voice that has influenced the commitments that we have made in this next 3-year plan. And to do that, we commissioned for 6 months support from the Scottish Youth Parliament to youth engagement officers to help support us with our engagement and participation plan, which involved various surveys, focus groups and workshops. And we've also got a number of groups that we have been working with both internally in relation to our care experienced colleagues group, and also our corporate parenting advisory group, which is attended by a number of other partners to continue to help support us in the development of our plan for the next 3 years. And I won't say much more. The plan is self-explanatory, Chair, in that we've got our vision there. We've captured last year, don't know whether you all remember, but we had kind of 5 commitments for last year. We've got 4 this year. That's not because we've got 1 less. It's because one of our commitments last year was around engaging, evaluating and learning, and we feel that that will be very much threaded through our 4 commitments for the next 3 years, which remain about language and about the impact that stigmatising language can have for care experienced children and young people. It remains important around the building of relationships, which is one of our other priorities. And we've changed the terminology from supporting to scaffolding. So scaffolding being a term that the children and young people reference to us about the importance of having support structures that uphold our services and put their views front and centre. And we remain with the focus around opportunities. So what are we doing as a corporate parent to provide opportunities to those who have care experience? So that's all I would really want to draw out. The next steps you'll be well aware of, because SPA have also got their corporate parenting plan, which I know is on the agenda, but I'm happy to pause and take any questions.
Yeah, thanks very much for that update and walking us through the paper. Could I open it up for questions? Mary,
yes.
yourself?
Thank you very much for that, ECC. I think what we take from the paper is just the extent to which you were engaging with young people and people who work with young people to come up with this plan in the first place. But I wondered how you plan to continue that engagement so that the new plan and the various initiatives and projects that will come out of that will continue to meet the needs of young people.
Thanks, Mary. And yeah, a really important part. And again, that comes back to some of the work that we've got within our Policing Together division and the communities pillars. So we, as I mentioned there, specifically for this work, we had sought the support of the Youth Parliament, but we've actually also recruited a children's rights officer, and we've also got 2 longer term youth engagement officers who are working directly with our team to continue engagement with children and young people as a business as usual approach, but it also will then help us as we continue to look at policy, process and practice, and I'll touch on that when I give my next update on the UNCRC, but very much embedding that and the importance of that as part of our business as usual processes, Mary.
Yeah, thank you very much, and you're right to point up the links between this report and the one that's next on the agenda, but I think what the committee would find very useful would be to have sort of, not regular, I don't mean every meeting, but to have updates on some of the specific initiatives and programmes that you have in place with young people. I don't know if I think it's maybe an annual report we get on the children's corporate parenting plan, but if we had something at other times of the year where you could bring us up to speed with some of the specific initiatives that we would find, I'm sure, quite impressive. So just invite you to come forward with some of that at some point. I'm sure the chair would be happy to have those on the agenda.
No, I think it would be welcomed. It's an extremely important area of work, and I think the work that Police Scotland has done in this in the past, as well as the SPA, is more than commendable, and there's great opportunity to do more. Okay, any more questions on that particular part? I think we're staying with yourself, as you've just alluded to, Katrina, on the UNCRC update.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, and I'll keep this relatively brief to give opportunity again for any comment or questions. But again, as most will know, our responsibilities in relation to the UNCRC legislation, which came into play on the 16th of July 2024, our activities certainly didn't start then, and you'll be well cited on all of the work and the planning and preparation that we were looking at as an organisation ahead of that go live date around the legislation. And that was predominantly in 3 areas. So that was around reviewing our current policies. It was around training and awareness to make sure our staff were aware of their responsibilities and what this change means for them. And again, it comes back to what I touched on in my last state about that kind of participation and engagement. So as part of our reviewing of SOPs, what we have identified, and bearing in mind, as a lot of our planning and preparation was done at a time when we didn't have the guidance from Scottish Government, which has now been produced, but we started to recognise that children's rights impact assessments was something that was going to be really important, because equality and human rights impact assessments are really important for us around our approach to human rights. Most other areas, in fact, I think we're the only ones that have decided that we are using children's right impact assessments as a standalone, rather than just incorporating it into an equality and human rights impact assessment, because we feel that perhaps would dilute things. And so we've been working towards the principles of our children's rights impact assessment, albeit we're still to finalise and formalise the paperwork that links to that and align it to an equality and human rights impact assessment. But all I would say is that we have been doing work around reviewing our policies and practices, identifying areas where we want to make sure that the owners of those policies are aligning to the principles of our responsibilities now that we have this legislation. And as part of that, as I mentioned, it's about raising awareness. So the report draws out that, you know, we created a 9-minute video, which I've seen as well, and is very informative and very helpful around laying out what our responsibilities are as individuals, not just as an organisation. And again, the other area, as I say, is about participation and engagement, and it just probably links back to Mary's question about we've involved, you know, children throughout, but we have also recruited staff who are going to be working with us as we move forward and continue to embed this work across our process and practice. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a summary of the paper, but again, happy to take any questions too.
Yeah, thanks very much. Open it up. Anybody got any questions on this paper? Mary?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I personally think you've done the right thing to keep the children's right impact assessment as a standalone piece of work. It's very important, and it's important that it's given that status. Could I maybe just ask when you think the first of these impact assessments will be able to be done and reported on?
Yeah, well, I suppose so. There's 2 parts to what I would say is we've got the draft, you know, forms anyway that we fed through, and we're really comfortable, Mary, that they are capturing what will be our kind of final process. What we're wanting to do is to align that, you know, with our equality and human rights impact assessment process, so that, you know, that becomes much more embedded in practice. And as I've said before, all of this should be about behaviour, not just about process. It's about people thinking about children's rights. It's about people thinking about equality and human impact, you know, whenever they're reviewing or considering changes in policy, process or practice. So in terms of the timescale, we've got our Equity Improvement Group that are working towards establishing and improving our process in that regard, and our CREA will align to that. We've already recruited, as I say, the Children's Rights Impact Assessment Officer to help support us in that area. And so I would imagine that in the very near future, we will be in a place where that process will be embedded. But in the short term, I suppose it's the reassurance that the principles of them are already being considered throughout our review of policy and process.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Anybody else want to come in on this? Just a couple of comments from myself. You know, I think first of all, I agree with the point Mary made about the impact assessments, keeping the children's ones they're standalone, but also, you know, this is about everybody across the organisation understanding, you know, their responsibilities. So I would welcome, actually, if I heard it right, the opportunity to see this 9-minute video, which I think you said helps to make that clear. I've not seen it. Maybe some colleagues have, but I think that would be really helpful. And I think it's a strong indication in these financially challenging times that you've recruited a permanent team around this. You know, so I take a lot of reassurance from your report and the commitment that Police Scotland clearly has to meeting its responsibilities in this area. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to say, just in relation to the video, just by way of further information, it was created and we were supported by it through, some of our children and IME Scotland. So more than happy to make that available so that you can have a look at it.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, so we'll move on then to the next item on today's agenda, which has already been alluded to, which 3.5, which is the SPA Corporate Parenting Plan. And we have Rachel Nicholson, who's one of the policy advisors with the SPA. So Rachel, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the cover paper as read and I'll just provide a brief overview of the report topic. So as alluded to by ACC Patent, in the Children and Young People Act 2014, the Scottish Police Authority, which includes SPA Forensic Services, as a corporate parent. So this requires us to publish a corporate parenting plan every 3 years, detailing the action we will take to improve the outcomes of those with experience of care. Following the publication of the authority's first plan in 2021, we've presented an update report to this committee on an annual basis. Contained in Appendix A of the paper is the final report for the 2021 to 23 period and an overview of the authority's activities during the final reporting year. Highlights in the most recent reporting period include the nomination of the authority for 4 awards at the Who Cares Scotland Corporate Parenting Awards, an endorsement from the authority's senior leadership team to treat care experience as if it were a protected characteristic. Also contained in the paper is our proposed plan for the 2024 to 27 period. The next iteration of our corporate parenting plan builds on the progress and success of our first plan. Linked to the 6 duties outlined in the 2014 Act, we've committed to a broad range of actions across the different functions of the authority, assigned these to action owners and with timelines for their delivery. The plan has been approved by the authority's senior leadership team and the Forensic Services senior management team. The review and development of the plan has been informed by engagement with our partners, representative organisations and the care experience community. I would like to thank all of those who gave their time, expertise and knowledge to ensure the plan delivers change to the care experience community. We will continue to report to the committee on an annual basis, and the plan will be kept under review by the authority's Equality Duties Working Group throughout the year. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the update and thank you for the paper. Could I open this up for questions? Mary.
Yeah, thank you. No questions, Rachel, but thank you very much for presenting the report to us. Look forward to receiving updates and being made aware of progress. So I think you've agreed to do that annually. That would be welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, and mine's is not really a question either. It's a comment that one of the things you draw out is the Who Cares Scotland training that took place both for corporate staff but also for board members, and I was privileged to attend that actually. And if I'm being really honest, for the first time, I got a true insight and understanding into what the organisation and my individual responsibilities are in this area. It was a very useful day. It was very powerful, and it certainly, for me, highlighted just how important the work is that's been undertaken in this area. But not only that, just how successful the work that's been undertaken in this area, both by Police Scotland and by the SPA. So it was really just a comment. Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody have any final questions? No? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which we've now moved on to section 4, which is oversight of improvement in policing, and item 4.1, which is the Q2 Police Scotland service improvement overview on HMICS improvement plans, and we have Chief Superintendent Vicky Watson, who's going to lead us through this paper. So Vicky, over to yourself.
Thanks very much, Chair, for the invitation. I am representing ACC Stuart Houston at this meeting. So as per your introduction, Chair, I'm just going to draw out the key pertinent points for to highlight, and I'll take the paper as read. Firstly, in terms of figures, 23 active improvement plans together, 140 open recommendations. Of that, 32 new recommendations, 4 new improvement plans added, and 26 recommendations have been closed since the last progress report. So on the progress within the reporting period, are probably the key ones that I'd like to pick out, and obviously I'm happy to answer any questions throughout or at the end, is really pertaining to custody. Mindful when I'm saying custody, it's more than just the care and the welfare of prisoners, which is obviously very much key core to this role, but it's also about creating that positive working environment for our people as well that work in custody, a very challenging area of policing. And part of that is about improving conditions for our officers and staff, particularly those that are undertaking constant observations of prisoners. For those that have carried out that role, it was really warming to see the changes that have been made into that working environment. There's also the aspect within custody of new revised fire evacuation guidance in place for each custody centre, and that has passed compliance as well with regards to our fire safety regulations. Sticking with custody is naloxone. All police officers working within custody have been trained, issued with naloxone kits, and have used them successfully on some occasions as well. So some positive feedback from that as well. And work's also ongoing, and discussions with the trade unions in relation to our police members of staff, our PCSOs, for consideration for naloxone to be issued to them as well. Something that I wanted to draw out, and it was quite timely, I think Jenny and Martin have both commented recently on this call about the work that goes on in policing that communities aren't even aware of, and that is in relation to online child sexual abuse. Now, obviously, I'm not the subject matter expert, and I'm providing from the HMICS aspect, but it's under the strategic review of that area of business. I think it's core for to recognise the impact of this type of work that may have in our people. So there's now a welfare strategy in place alongside our guidance, and that is for to improve the care that's given to our officers and staff in this very demanding role in policing, which obviously detects sexual offences, but something I guess that could never really be measured is that preventative aspect as well of online child sexual abuse. Particularly, you know, I'm using the word online. We're all very mindful of the crimes now that happen in the online space. So that was the key points that I wanted to bring out, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions. I think it's a positive paper in my view, and I know that Mr. Naylor is right behind me at the next agenda item as well, into relation to HMICS scrutiny, which we absolutely welcome, and how we can improve things for our people in the communities of Scotland.
Thanks very much, Vicky. You know, we do appreciate the paper, and I think it does indicate, you know, very good progress by Police Scotland, and you know, the areas that you've drawn out and highlighted to us. I think that's useful as well. So could I please open it up for questions? And I see that Katrina, you've actually raised your hand here. So everybody's very polite. I keep saying raise their hands. It's just a function of using WebEx. So Katrina, if I can pass over to yourself, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vicky, for the report, for the presentation of this. And no, I absolutely agree with you. I think, you know, what certainly comes through from the report is just the amount of actions that have been closed, and I think that undoubtedly sort of demonstrates some really sort of areas of progress. So Really appreciate that visibility. I've got a couple of kind of observations, and I suppose the first one relates to the sheer number of open recommendations. So you said it yourself, there's about 23 active improvement plans, 140 open recommendations, 32 new recommendations, etc., etc. So I was just wondering, again, cognizant of the fact that there is a lot of change activity ongoing, and we are all familiar with the various conflicting demands. I was wondering around the prioritization of the recommendations. So is there any sort of triage or prioritization that kind of happens when HMCIS issue the recommendations? So it's it's how do you draw out the most salient ones and prioritize them, I suppose, effectively. So that's the first question. And the second one, I understand that the format of the report, I think, has been changed on the back of previous feedback, and that is certainly really welcome. It's called the progress report, and there's probably two bits to progress. One is the closed actions, and I think certainly this report very much focused on the bits that have been closed. But I think from a progress against a particular kind of plan and timeline, we are also still interested in the open recommendations as well. And there is particularly around, whether or not they are on track to deliver or not, or whether there's any that might be slipping behind, and then any associated risks that may be related to those open recommendations and any slippage. So, as I say, whilst I really welcome the focus on the closed ones because it gives us a real flavour of the things that have been achieved, maybe just I think I would certainly welcome more detail around the open actions, the progress, and as I say, any risks that are related to them. Apologies, I appreciate there's quite a lot there, but yeah, recommendations and open actions, I think. Prioritization, open actions were the two big buckets for me.
No, absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you for the points raised. Just for to provide probably some structure and governance around these internally, there is obviously liaison that takes place with HMCIS and my team on a scheduled regular basis, and how we can update and how the progress is taking place, and that's obviously routed through the ACC and the DEP for site as well. In terms of triage, I think it's fair to say that every recommendation is important, but with those that require a quick resolution in terms of timescale that has been put on from HMCIS, then they would obviously be treated as a priority as well. But thank you very much for the salient points. In relation to format as well, understandably, the board would like to see how things are progressing, and that's something that we can incorporate into future papers as well. I'm mindful, and I'll turn to Mr. Naylor as well, but there will be publications from HMCIS in the public domain which will detail the recommendations and how long they've been going as well, and what is the plan for closure. But clearly the board will be cited on that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much for that, Vicky. You content there, Katerina?
No, absolutely I am, and I mean it's reassuring to hear that every recommendation from HMCIS is an important recommendation. I'm sure Craig appreciates that. So and that is definitely good to know. Yeah, no, and I suppose for me it's the progress element. It's progress towards a plan, etc. So I appreciate that we will at some stage see how long certain things have taken. It's just sort of the in-flight. I suppose what we're concerned about is if things are on track and if there's no new risks being introduced by not progressing quickly enough with all of the important recommendations.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Craig, I think you got an open invitation to come in there and you're stepping into it, so over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks both Vicky and Katerina. It's a really interesting thing, this idea of prioritisation of recommendations. We try and limit how many recommendations we make in reports, particularly we try and focus at a fairly strategic level. Now, a lot of the things that we're talking about are system-wide, so many of the recommendations cannot be delivered alone by Police Scotland, although they make valiant attempts to do it. And the mental health work that we've talked about already today is a really good example of it. But where there are open goals to be scored, and one of them is naloxone rollout in custody, we're aware that that's already saved at least 8 lives in the past year since it was rolled out across the custody estate, probably about 12, 14 months ago. So it's these things about where you make very quick recommendation, very quick action that will have a significant impact. We want to see that done. And generally, Vicky's team do an amazing job in corralling the appropriate strategic lead and their team and getting the actions delivered effectively. I suppose for us, where we get frustrated is where we see cross-organisational recommendations, so with yourselves and Scottish Government or SPA or whoever else. They can often be the ones that are most difficult to tie down to an outcome. And often that will end up with things like legislation required. So the vetting recommendations we made last year when we want to give the Chief Constable the power to dismiss people who can't sustain their vetting, that's going to require legislation. And it's not something that Police Scotland can do an awful lot about. But they are, and they're pushing, and we see that. I suppose the final point I would like to make, and I made it at the board meeting late last month, we have been intending for about a year now to start publishing our recommendations and the progress updates on a more regular basis on our intranet. We now have the technical competence to do it. Don't ask me how, but we do have that technical competence, and we would be looking to do that in January at some point, but we will write to the Chief and to the Chair prior to doing it just to show what it looks like and what the style is, because we're still working on that content. But that is something that we think will help to show the progress that's been made, but also to not give undue pressure or undue expectation on what's being done, because we know some of these things rightly take time to deliver effectively. Hopefully that's helped you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, definitely really appreciate that. Before I ask a question, has anybody else got anything they would like to come in on? No. Oh, Chris, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. And I guess, notwithstanding any questions you may wish to ask, and notwithstanding rightly the points that Katerina's made, it's certainly heartening to see the amount of progress that has been made in relation to the implementation of the recommendations. Vicky talked about online child sex abuse. I think I'd particularly mention the progress that's obviously been made in relation to hate crime and the contact assessment model and so on. So it is really heartening to see the level of progress, notwithstanding, I think, the importance of transparency in relation to progress going forward and any issues that arise.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chris. I mean, I think it is it's good to recognise the progress that's been made and the cognizance it's taken of clearly the important recommendations that are made by the Chief Inspector. I've got 2 questions. The first one is in relation to, I suppose, compliance, meeting of responsibilities. How does Police Scotland make sure that they are meeting the responsibilities, they are compliant with what's expected of them, especially in relation to things like custody? Before the Chief Inspector comes along and does his inspection, or between inspection visits. And the second one is over the sharing of good practice, across the organisation. When you get these recommendations, and they may be for a specific locality or a specific issue, but there's lessons in there. How does Police Scotland, capture that as a learning and share that good practice across the organisation?
Thank you very much, Chair, for those questions. So in relation to the sharing of good practice, internally as well as externally, one of the recommendations in relation to custody that we were able to develop our working practices was in conjunction with the Scottish Prison Service. And internally, when the HMICS report is concluded and the key factors from that will be published on our internal intranet for everyone to see, for to share that knowledge and thanks. But it's more about the lessons and how we can continue to improve if there is any shortfallings, and that comes into organisational learning as well, which then influences in a way future learning and how we can close those gaps for the future and ensure that we continue to progress, if that answers that point.
It does, thank you. Alan, DCC Spears, I see you've raised your hand.
I just wanted to build a little bit. So I think governance in this space becomes really important, Chair. So I chair the Force Audit and Risk Board, and that's the landing point for all the recommendations, whether it's HMI or our internal auditors, or indeed any independent inspections. So that's the landing point for that. And then I'm automatically reporting on progress around the Audit and Risk Board through our Senior Leadership Board. Third element for me is really about ownership and apologies.
You still with us, Alan?
I think it's the fire alarm that's maybe going off.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's why you muted it.
I'm sensing that.
Apologies, Chair. It's a 3 o'clock fire alarm at Dunmarnock, which I'm sure most of you didn't want to hear. But my last point I just wanted to make was about ownership of recommendations and strategic lead. So we have a business owner, we have a strategic lead, and that assures us that if it's unique to local policing, then there's a senior lead within local policing. If it's unique to STD, there's a senior lead within SCD. Then ultimately, we're landing all the progress around the recommendations to ARAC, the Audit and Risk Committee.
Okay, that's helpful to understand that. Thank you for that. Okay, any final questions on this? No? So we'll move on to 4.2, which is the HMICS recent review publications, which is missing persons and road policing. And I'm going to hand over to Craig Baylor, who's the Chief Inspector. But Craig, could you excuse me for just 1 second? Some problems with home working. Don't know if you heard my doorbell going there. I'll be back in 1 second.
No problem, and good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to give 2 brief updates. The papers are very well available to you, but I just wanted to run through a couple of points on both missing persons and roads policing. We had significant support during our inspection of both areas from Police Scotland, and we were very, very grateful for the support and the officers and staff involved in both inspections at the professionalism that they displayed. The missing persons report published in October of this year, we undertook an audit of over 360 calls made into Barry Blair's area in C3 and referred them against the National Missing Persons application and the protocols that have been designed and delivered there. Generally, what we saw was a very high level of capability, but it's a massive area of demand that has been faced. Even though this year's report is showing a downturn in the numbers, it's still 18,000 last year, and I think it's about 17,000 something this year. That is a massive level of demand. I suppose concerningly for us, and this is not something Police Scotland can do very much about, but 60% of the demand is from people who are missing aged 17 years or under. That in itself goes to a bigger issue in society, not something Police Scotland can deliver alone, but something that needs to be understood, particularly in light of the stuff we were talking about earlier on in care. We found the policing response to be robust, to be effective, and demonstrated a significant level of commitment to investigate thoroughly and locate people as swiftly as possible. The numbers were startlingly high at how effective police were at getting people back within 24 hours, and certainly within 72 hours, it's almost in the very high 90s. East Scotland are seen as a really good partner in this area. So the National Framework for Missing Persons in Scotland is very much a core area for Police Scotland to deliver alongside government, local authorities, health and other partners. But the lead in the drive on protocols such as the Herbert and Philomena protocols have been seen as really, really positive in communities. The level of skill within C3 at determining what the issue is, and then the use of specialist resources across OSD and sometimes crime areas, is seen to be an effective way of tasking that delivers a sort of incremental increase in the capability that's deployed against what can often be very high risk incidents. And that is done with clear leadership and strategic direction in place. I suppose that there is a bit of an area for improvement that we really want to see happen, and that's about strategic governance and oversight of this. We saw the National Missing Persons Unit is basically 4 or 5 people who are relatively junior in rank, but are incredibly knowledgeable, skilled, and determined to do stuff. But when they try and raise issues like getting the Missing Persons app on mobile devices improved, they don't seem to have sufficient seniority to make that happen effectively. So we're really looking to ensure that the level of commitment to the National Missing Person Framework is consistent across Scotland. In some places it's exceptional, other places lag behind. We're looking to strengthen leadership and strategic governance, and with ACC Patent now in post, we do see that improving. We're looking for partnership engagement at strategic and operational levels to be better. Operational levels are good, strategic could be better. And we're looking to ensure that support and protection of the Divisional Missing Person Coordinator's role is recognised. It's a great role, but they do need time to do their business to maintain and sustain the partnerships they've got across their local areas. And we're looking to see if we can get some more preventative approaches alongside things like return discussions. How do we gather and make best use of the information that is available to Police Scotland, and build on that with effective audit and quality assurance processes to do, as you've just spoken about, Chair, about sharing learning and understanding. I'm not going to go very much further on missing persons, other than the fact that we were very impressed with the capability that was shown by the service. If you want, I will pause there and then maybe come back on road policing if there's any questions.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Craig, thank you for that, and apologies that I had to dash to the door. If I hadn't answered it, the dog would have went mad, so it was probably the right thing to do. So enough of my domestic trials. Katrina, I see you'd like to come in on this.
Yes, no, great. Thank you very much for the report, in particular this introduction, because as you say, the report is there, but it's just really helpful to kind of get your perspective on the real salient points. And I think, you know, my question kind of relates, I think, to some of that sort of national leadership that you have pulled out as something that really needs to be in place, you know, which is obviously quite clearly an area of improvement that's required. And the question there is this, you know, I suppose for me to Police Scotland, but to yourself as well, as to whether you feel that there are now clear plans just to align the missing persons under one role in the organisation, because I think to me that seems to be, you know, one of the main areas of improvement, is that align everything under one role and create that national leadership. So really kind of keen, you know, because I think without that, with that in place, a lot of the other things are sufficiently enabled. So just a little bit more maybe views, maybe from both Police Scotland, but also from yourself, Craig, as to how far along are we down this particular recommendation?
Okay, I don't know if you want me to go first or if you want Kat to do that.
Craig, perhaps if you start and then we could.
So I think I'm probably. I suppose some of my concern has been, or some of our concern has been, that there's been almost a revolving door at the senior level in the piecing together over the last 18 months. The stability that ACC Payton and Matt Payton, if I can get the pronunciation correct, have brought, and the drive that the pair of them have brought to this is something that we very, very much welcome. So the difficulty that they've got is big portfolios, lots of work, mental health, all the piecing together work, missing persons. There is masses to do, but what we're seeing is a real drive now, and that drive is not just across missing persons, it's across mental health, it's across equality and diversity, and we really welcome that capability now being in place, and really hope that that team stays together for a serious amount of time to allow the delivery to continue. So in terms of, do we see the drive and commitment? Yes, we do. I think it was there before, but it seemed to be, it stalled every time someone moved on. And that's always an issue with policing, but it's one of these things that the sustained leadership is very, very good. But it's only as good as the partners that are around the table as well. So building the relationships and seeing what's happening with other partners is also good. And we see that how hard Police Scotland are working on that. So hopefully that answers my part of the question, Catherine.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. I don't know whether I see Katrina, you'd like to come in?
Just maybe come in and then Matt can follow on, who's much more into the detail. I mean, I've been working with Craig and the team along the way, but first of all, obviously, I appreciate the comments from Craig and obviously very much appreciated the report. It was great for me coming in to post to have, dare I say, so many inspection reports, which gives me a good place to start and make sure that we're focusing the attention. Again, your question earlier was about, organisational learning, and I think one of the opportunities that we have through some of the portfolio areas, and for example the progression that we've made in the mental health space, is to use the learning from that about how we set up a strategic structure that is both internal, that mobilises partnership and starts to drive activity at a national and local level. And you'll have seen from the earlier update around mental health how we've gone about that, and we're very much replicating that in the space of missing people, because all of it is cross-cutting and all of that work sits within obviously the Policing Together division, but within the reducing vulnerability. So a lot of it links to, as Craig's alluded, our children and young people. And so some of the work that we're doing around connecting and influencing and positive interactions with our children and young people also add value in this space. So I don't know, Matt, if there's anything else that you would want to say. I suppose it's just giving you that reassurance, Chair, that the strategic direction and the governance and the alignment is really critical if we are going to make sustainable progress. It's not just about making progress, but actually something that lasts beyond any individual, albeit I will say I'm not going anywhere, so I'm here for the long haul. But Matt, I don't know if you wanted to just add to that.
Yeah, no, thanks, ACC, and picking up on a few of the points that have been made, not only in this area, but in some of the previous updates. So similarly, we have a really comprehensive improvement plan now well developed. I monitor that weekly with the staff within the National Missing Persons Unit, and also ensure that it's fully resourced. And going back to the point around prioritisation of some of the recommendations, that is the forum where that has been taken forward and supported again through the ongoing communication that we have with Craig and his team. And the report itself highlights a number of areas of really good practice, but there are clear recommendations there, and the strategic governance both internally and externally are some of these recommendations which we're taking forward at pace. Some are being delivered on already, others are worked with key partners across the sector who the points resonate with as well, and that strategic buy-in, the delivery of some of the key framework goals that are outlined within the National Missing Persons Framework, which is also under review and due for republication into next year through Scottish Government. So I suppose just to give you that reassurance that the improvement activity aligned to strategic governance, both nationally, externally and internally, linked into some of the internal governance mechanisms, will allow us to drive forward some of the key areas of development and good practice that have been identified through the report in some of the divisional and regional areas, and how we grow that across other areas through working groups, etc., to ensure that operational practice is escalated. And as the ACC has highlighted already, it's very much using the learning from the mental health improvement activity that was taken forward and replicating where feasible some of the governance structures in place.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody have any more questions before I ask the Chief Inspector to move on to his report on roads policing? Craig, back to yourself.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I should have mentioned Ray Jones has joined on the call, who was the lead inspector on that, and I know he will be very happy at the comments that you've made today, so thanks, Ray, for that. I'm also joined by Brian McAnulty, who is the lead inspector for the road policing. So if I get stuck on any of the tricky stuff, either of those gentlemen could certainly jump in and tell you the detail. Road policing, again, we published not so long ago, on 5th of November, 13 recommendations. Started off with a self-evaluation to Police Scotland, and then did the usual sort of interviews, focus groups with staff, stakeholder organisations, staff associations, as you can imagine, a fair number. But we also looked at our colleagues in England and Wales and did some benchmarking across a number of different organisations, including speaking to UK Road Education, Dr. Helen Wells from the Road Policing Academic Network, and speaking to the NPCC leads, and Chief Constable Joe Shiner and DCC Terry Woods. We learned a lot. We learned a lot about road policing officers in Scotland, who, I've got to say, have been incredibly professional, dedicated and committed to making Scotland's roads safer. They are very, very dedicated, keen individuals, and they know their stuff. That really impressed us. The level of training for a road policing officer is fantastic. It is a high standard, but to be honest, my view is there's not sufficient of them being trained at that level, and the pace of training is a challenge. We're in a much better position now than we were 40 or 50 years ago. So in 1969, I think the first year of statistics, there were 892 fatalities on Scotland's roads. In 2023, there were 155. The performance report that we've talked about today shows an increase of about 20 since last year. So that is a figure that's not going in the correct direction. Certainly not to meet the target of zero road deaths, but I think it's 2050. The difficulty that Police Scotland has is the operational response right across, not just in roads policing, is challenged by demand. And that demand we've talked about in many ways in terms of vulnerable in society. And this is impacting on the ability of officers, whether it's road policing officers or response officers or community officers, to be proactive to address issues that happen in their communities. And by being proactive, I'm talking about things like the Fatal Five, so speeding, mobile phone usage, seatbelt wearing, and drink and drug driving. We know that the resources in Police Scotland are challenged. We know that they have reduced in the past 2 or 3 years, but we are aware that there is approximately 500 officers in roads policing in Scotland. It's not for me to tell the Chief Constable how many officers she needs to put in various different places, and I wouldn't suggest that I would do. But that is a reduction from when we created Police Scotland. We're also concerned that the local policing officers who are doing work on the roads, many of them are not trained to work on the fast network. I know that the Federation have recently written to DCC Spears on this issue, and I think there's a meeting being lined up in January to talk more about it. That training is intended to keep people safe, and that's the key thing. And I know that the Federation are very exercised about it. I suppose sticking on that theme, the decline in detection of road traffic offences, I know Chris brought this up earlier in the meeting, down 63% since 2013-14. That's not entirely down to a reduction in road policing officers. In fact, I would say some of the technical capabilities like roadside speed cameras and the reduction in those, along with challenging capability to improve them to digital capability, has not been delivered, partly because there's challenges to capital funding and partly because there's money has been moved elsewhere for other purposes, and I get that. That is the position we're facing. But if we're expecting to see reductions in road deaths, we need to ensure that policing can deliver on its side of the 3 E's, the enforcement side, as well as the education and the engineering by other partners. Police Scotland works really well in partnership, and we say this in virtually every inspection we do. The work that Police Scotland do to bring people to the table, to work effectively, and to deliver better outcomes than if they were doing this on their own is exceptional, and they are good partners, no question about that. But we are concerned about some of these issues around backlogs in training, around lack of training for the Fast Road network, and the capability of response and community officers to do some of the enforcement activity that we've talked about. There's three really big ticket issues for us. One is the approach to abnormal loads. Scotland is the only place where Police Scotland are the body that escort abnormal loads. In the rest of the UK, it's licensed and it's done by private companies who charge for it. The impact on roads policing availability by having to do abnormal loads, despite the fact that it generates revenue, is a big challenge. In addition to that, the use of what's called in England and Wales Operation Snap, which is the ability to upload journey footage onto the police system for consideration of prosecution, is not available in Scotland. It needs to be walked towards, not jumped into with both feet, because it is a big challenge. It is a difficult thing to achieve, but it does do that thing of increasing the visibility of people on the roads who see bad driving and bad driving practices that can then be pursued by police officers. Even the deterrent factor of having that in Scotland would be a significant bonus. And finally, really from myself, one of the things that I became very much a fan of when I went down south was the ability to put people onto road safety and speed awareness courses as an alternative to prosecution. Not only did that show a change in the behaviour that lasted far longer than the 3 points in the licence and a financial penalty, but it allowed money to be invested from those courses and the cost of those courses back into the road safety infrastructure. It allowed me in my first year in Lincolnshire to totally renovate the 6 vans that we have, upgrade them at no cost to the force budget, and the following year to digitise every camera we had, whether it was a van or a roadside camera. Not having to go out and put wet film into cameras at the side of the road is a massive efficiency saving, but it also increased the number of tickets that we were processing and the number of people going on courses, so again increased the money that came back into us. I know Police Scotland have thought about it. My view is this is something that could add very significantly to the capability of Police Scotland to keep people safe on the roads network, and something that I think would have a massive deterrent effect if it was put in place and publicised appropriately. I think, Chair, that is about all I really wanted to cover on the report, but I wanted to thank particularly the road policing officers we spoke to, and Chief Super Sloan and her team were very accommodating on the inspection work that we did. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Craig. Really important report. Before I open up to questions, so much of what you said is critical. Of course, it is. But I think that endorsement for the professionalism of road policing officers, needs to be incredible, and the amount of training that they have received to get them to the standard that they operate at, and that recognition of the role. Really important point just to underscore. So with that, can I open it up to questions? Tom.
Thank you, and I just want to endorse that point about professionalism and the dedication of officers involved in road policing. The Federation have been making the case for this report, which is a very important report from HMCIS, and I truly welcome it. It's quite a stark report, and there's a lot of recommendations, a lot of issues we all recognise in. Homicides account for 6 deaths in a million people in Scotland, and road deaths are, I think, it's about 26 per a million, Craig. So the need for it is important, and you just need to drive around the roads in Scotland. You see the disinvestment in road safety cameras, whether it's for funding other bits of technology. So there's loads of issues that we will continue to monitor the implementation plan, and there'll be further questions will come through that as it goes. So I've got some questions at a higher level here just now. You do point out that we have got fewer ANPR cameras in Scotland than you recognise in the rest of the UK, and that's an impact in not just traffic crime, but crime generally. So I'd be interested, is there any plans in the future capital expenditure, whatever? And I do think the solutions to this are beyond policing, is because, you know, if you look at the engineering part of your 4Es, it's not just policing that does that. So that's one area. But inside policing, you highlight the it could be more connected between roads policing intelligence analysts and local policing. So if we look at local policing service delivery review, etc., can that be corrected in the short term? And my last point for Police Scotland more is the 3-year business plan as a milestone to identify and implement a sustainable model of roads policing roads across Scotland in year 3. Start looking at, be expedited, can that be brought forward? You know, the things around driver training, the things around the road safety and speed training courses, etc. We need legislation and stuff like that. But if we don't have the right structure there with the right investment, it's going to be a slow journey going forward, and this can't afford it to be slow.
Thanks. I'll maybe just make a couple of points on that, Tom. And I appreciate the thought you've put into it. One of the things that you mentioned was ANPR, and we were concerned at the pick and mix approach to what was in a road policing vehicle, and it seemed to be different in different parts of the country. There is a standard fit for a road policing vehicle and for an armed policing vehicle in England and Wales that has, you know, certain pieces of equipment and kit that should be on every vehicle, and that doesn't seem to be the case in Scotland. If it is the case, then it's not being met. Now, the bit for me on that is you can't just put all of your road safety and road enforcement down to road policing officers. There's just not enough of them. But what you can do is upskill and look at community policing in a different way. There's a big part of community policing is road safety and keeping people safe on the roads, whether that's use of radar guns at the side of the road or working with communities to get community speed watches up and running. All of these things are available if officers have the time and the direction to do that. And it takes you back to the point you made about the analytical product from the roads policing analytical team. I think there is an option there to do that. It just needs the right will, determination and tasking to make it happen.
Hilary, I see you'd like to come in as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, if you don't mind. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come into this meeting this afternoon. So probably just to start off by saying a big thank you to Mr. Naylor and the team who did a superb job of engaging with as many officers and staff within road policing as they did, and for his comments in relation to the dedication of the officers and staff. I see that every day, so it's quite refreshing to see a third-party organisation like HMCIS recognising the dedication of the officers and staff within road policing. Probably just to provide a wee bit of reassurance to folks that whilst this HMCIS inspection was ongoing, there was a significant amount of work getting done in the background, because a lot of the recommendations that Mr. Naylor has identified, we were already I think my connection might have just gone there. So there has been some work done in the background in advance of the report coming out. What I would say is that we have been working in conjunction with several partners, and Mr. Naylor has alluded to that already, in relation to the abnormal loads work and also in relation to the journey cam footage and the diversionary courses. So those three big ticket items that he mentioned, we have been engaging significantly with our partners in Transport Scotland and COPFS to really try and get those expedited. There were some issues from a legislative and an IT perspective, which was preventing that work getting moved forward, but actually we're in a much better position now, and we're really trying to get those delivered collaboratively as soon as we are able to do. Also, just to make mention of work collaboratively with forensic services and SPA, just in relation to drug driving, which Mr. Naylor and his team also called out, and that work is really very well progressing in that regard. And probably just in relation to what Mr. Naylor has mentioned with regards to the connection with local policing, and Mr. Halpin has mentioned that as well. I'm working really hard with the local policing divisional commanders so that we are all working in the same way. But to add to the local policing service delivery review, we are now involved in that and will be involved going forward, because absolutely, Mr. Halpin, that goes hand in hand with the changes that are required within road policing. We need to produce a target operating model that meets the needs of road policing and also meets the needs of the communities that we're serving. And that is work that we're progressing with the service design team internally. So there are lots of pieces of work ongoing, and albeit Mr. Halpin, it's mentioned in the 3-year business plan, at year 3, the work will be progressing well in advance of year 3 to get to where we need to be. Obviously, we have an implementation plan that we need to deliver to HMICS in quite tight timescales. And in January, the DCC has asked for a project outline at a change meeting to discuss the plan going forward for road policing to get those recommendations to where we want them to be. So suffice to say, work is ongoing, and hopefully I'll be able to provide an update at a future committees. Thanks very much.
Just very quickly, we would absolutely welcome an update from yourself at a future committee. So thank you for that. Does anybody want to come in with any further comment or questions? Okay, I've got one question, then I'll try and sum up. This balance between education, engineering, and enforcement. And I suspect that much of the reduction since, was it 1968 or 69, has been through the engineering aspect of it. If you look at how roads and cars and everything have changed, is there a forum in Scotland where that collective responsibility to improve the safety of our roads and reduce the number of fatalities and casualties, is there a forum where a discussion on the balance of that takes place? Hilary.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the Strategic Partnership Board, which is chaired by the Transport Minister, is probably that meeting where that would all be discussed. It's representatives from Police Scotland, Public Health Scotland, Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, to name but a few, who discuss the issues relative to road safety and how we can improve road safety. So that's the forum through which much of that is discussed, and HMICS has been on that agenda, and actually have a meeting of that board next week in Edinburgh, which I'll be attending and providing an update in relation to the HMICS report and what the plan is going forward. And it's a really good opportunity to direct the work collaboratively at that board to get to where we need to be in relation to road safety. For me, road safety is a societal issue. It's not something that can be managed and dealt with by one partner in isolation. It's got to be a collaborative approach, and that board is really the best way to drive that work forward.
Yeah, that's really good to hear, and I see lots of nods, you know, around that like road safety being a collaborative approach, a collective responsibility. So thank you for that response to my question, and you know, so that people understand where this discussion is taking place. Okay, any final questions? So two reports as always from a board perspective, Craig. You know, the third party assurance, the shining light on areas of significance is invaluable to us, and from the responses we've heard from colleagues within Police Scotland, I think they see the value in this absolutely as well. So really appreciate the work, and can I just say appreciate you. I know you've got a busy schedule, being here all day. You've made contributions to a number of papers, and I think that really does help us with our scrutiny, but also that providing you know, public assurance around the performance and the progress that Police Scotland is undoubtedly making. So thank you. Okay, we move on to the final item on today's agenda, which is 4.3, which is the independent custody visiting scheme update. We were going to have Kirsty, but unfortunately Kirsty Scott is unable to join us today, but I believe she's unwell. Hopefully she recovers quickly. So instead we have Scott Ross, who's going to step in and speak to this.
Well, thanks, Chair. Yes, unfortunately, it's me again. So, listen, I'll take the paper as read, but I will just give a brief overview if that's okay. Before I do this, though, however, I always like to thank one the staff members here that run the scheme, Chair, but also the visitors that give up their free time to help ensure the treatment of those who are detained in custody is fair, and to ensure that their rights are upheld. As the committee knows, we've changed the reporting cycle to twice per year now, so this is the 6 monthly report, and then we report the annual report comes in June. I'm pleased to report that during the 605 successful visits to custody suites and discussions with over 850 people in custody, there were no recorded concerns relating to OPCAT, which is the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment of those deprived of their liberty. Chair, it won't surprise you, but ICBs continue to hold high standards with regards to their visits, and high standards with regards to their letter of rights, which should be offered to all detainees. Issues were raised on 99 occasions with regards to this, and the majority of them were resolved at the time of the visit. This could be as simple as it was offered and refused, and that the detainee has simply forgot that it was offered, and therefore we go and check with the custody sergeant. This could be that it was offered but maybe not understood, and again we went to Police Scotland to see if they could hand it out again to the individual, or it could mean that it wasn't offered in the first place, which is most concerning to us, and I'm grateful to say that rarely happens, that it's not offered as a whole. So this topic is the one that ICBS care about, and they'll be monitoring closely, and we'll comment on it in our annual report in June. The key area raised within the report is an incident regarding underwear, which was hanging outside a cell in the police custody estate. I'm pleased to say that this was resolved really swiftly by Police Scotland, and the ICBS will continue to kind of watch that as an issue going over the next 6 months. Instances like this are really rare. We do recognise that custody is a really dynamic environment, and it may just be hanging there for a really brief period of time whilst anti-ligature suits, etc., being applied to the individual. But yeah, something that we will watch closely, and we're aware that Police Scotland obviously took swift action to resolve it and put communications out across the custody estate. In terms of overall concerns raised, Chair, around 85% of these were outstanding after the time of the visit, which is really good to see. 15% were outstanding. And just to offer members a bit of assurance, what we do with them is we take them to quarterly cluster meetings with inspectors, and we get to resolve them there and raise them there as well. I also want to highlight, I think it's really important, that actually the majority of detainees actually pass positive comments with regards to the treatment that they have, and that's detailed within the report. So it's really important to note that. And finally, just in terms of the scheme, we've appointed a new member of staff who's due to start in January. We continue to recruit volunteers, and what I'm hoping to do to this report in the 6 monthly one, Alistair, is make it more visually impressive when it comes forward, so more closely aligned to the annual report that we have. So you'll see that again next December, and hopefully you'll see a kind of update to that. Listen, I'm happy to take any questions about the scheme at all that members have. I'm aware that ACC Middleton can be here for this item, however she has asked me to take any questions back to her, but I'm aware there's others from Police Scotland on the call that may be able to answer any questions you've got, Chair. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Scott, for the update and highlighting the invaluable work the visitors undertake and the support that's given to them by all the staff. I think in today's agenda, there's been a number of discussions around custody, and there's a real commitment from Police Scotland, to make this the best, safest environment they possibly can. And one of the important checks and balances is the role of the visitors. So with that, can I open it up if there's any questions at this stage? No. Okay, that's fine. I think it's a very clear update, and it just remains for me to reiterate that thanks to all the work that goes on. It really is important work. As I just said, it's a check, it's a balance, and the agenda has highlighted just how seriously Police Scotland take all these issues. So thank you for that. Okay, I think that's covered everything on the agenda. Our next meeting of the PPC takes place on the 19th of March 2025. So I'm sure I'll meet everybody many times before then, but I look forward to that next meeting. And just a final thank you from me to everybody who prepared papers, presented papers today, and thanks to the support that I've had from SPA staff and to my fellow board members for all the questions that they've done today, which we hope has enabled, in a public forum for people to see the focus that Police Scotland has, the progress it's making, the performance that it's making in the areas that they seek to improve upon. So with that, I will close the meeting and look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.